All right. Hello. One second. All right. I thought of doing a little bit different this time, like a one-off thing. So the idea, well, I've been struggling with getting ideas for this. I mean, something that can fit in one stream, and what I came up with was making a basic shoot 'em up, because I've done that. I feel like it's kind of like a very simple. I mean, of course, it depends on how you want to do it, but basically, it can be a very simple. There's not much like physics involved or anything like that. Like you just move your ship around and you shoot. So basically, we spawn entities, and yeah, we'll see where this goes. But let's just try and see if we can make like one of these basic fit in one stream here. So I'm gonna create. I don't know what to call it. Actually. And I remember there was a really cool game called Raptor, I think, where you would like get money, and you would I think you would like buy upgrades or something between each level. Also Xenon had that as well, but Raptor was a really cool. Oh yeah, you could get all these kinds of super weapons and stuff. Not sure if I want to make like side scrolling or like vertical. I think I'm gonna go vertical. Okay, I don't know what to call it. I'll just be boring and call it vertical shooter here, or schmup, maybe. Schmup. Okay, fine. All right, so let's first of all, I want to check. So we are on SIG 0.15. I'm gonna check if has been any releases here. ZIG releases. Still no 0.16. It looks like. No. Uh, 84% completed. Well, that changes over time, but yeah, they're still working on it, so good. Alright, so we can continue with this. I mean, I guess I could upgrade to 0.15.2, but I'm not sure how much. Like, that was a weird release because there was no like official release thing for that. Yeah, anyway, let's just do with this one. And alright, so we have our ZIG stuff. Now, should we do just like, I think I'm gonna go with Raylib. I mean, I could test some other thing as well. There was a recommendation, or so-called let me refresh this so we can see. STB style, what is that? Security bugs and GitHub issues, huh? Anyway, STB. I don't know what that is. Oh, okay. Well, I think I'm gonna go with. It's just gonna be a simple 2D thing. So I'm just gonna go with Raylib. Which is over here. And so what you do is you grab this URL and you type sig fetch save and you paste that in. But you need to, if you want to have like Git integration, I guess you could say. So this will kind of lock when you type Git plus here. Yeah, I think it's the full URL after that. Then it will get the commit, that the hash that this is currently on the master, and it will save that in your zig or build zone file. Wait. Build.zig.zone. So now you can see here that it saved this hash, so it will be, you know, a stable version. So next time, so let's say you push this up to a repo and someone else clones it, and they will have the exact same Raylib version. So there's no weird issue with that. Okay. Oops. So now we've got Raylib. What else do we want? I think that's good for now. Let's just try doing, because I was wanted to follow some like a pattern. So I'm not gonna do ECS this time, which I've done for all my other projects. I wanted to try another pattern that I'm trying to find. 1 second here. Nope, I can't find it. But anyway, let's start by deleting all this crap here. Tests now. And exe mod imports. It's probably a good pattern. I'm just used to just getting rid of this. All right. Oh yeah. So part of also installing like Raylib, we have to add Raylib here. So Raylib dependency, and the name is the same as in the zone file, so raylib underscore zig, and I believe you can also pass these things. Although sometimes when it's like a C library, I'm not sure if you're supposed to do that, but yo, two-step, welcome back. Just in time, yeah. I barely started. What's a schmup? It's a shoot 'em up. It's short for shoot 'em up. You know, the kind of game where you fly around with a ship and blow stuff up. Alright, so we have our raylib zig dependency. Right. And then we need to... Then we have the raylib module. And I'm not sure what this is called, so I have to go to... If you don't know what it's called, you will have to go to the raylib, well, the source code, look at this build.zig file in the source code, and then we have to look up, well, here you can see basically, I mean, maybe they have helpers here, but I'm just gonna do the thing. So raylib dep and raylib artifact. What about the module? I guess it's raylib. Raylib is the module, because there's another module as well. So I think, yeah, I think we have to grab the raylib module. That's right, yeah. Because the artifact, I think that we don't need to do anything with that. So there's the module. Now, as we saw here, you can do like imports. Okay. And then what is name module? Raylib module. Okay, I think that's good. Sounds like a name for a data structure or something. A schmup. Hello, Dizzy Uzuka. Sorry, I don't know how you pronounce that. It's Yoda, I just changed my... Oh, okay. Welcome back. How's it going with the project? Alright, let's see. So we should have... Oh yeah. No, yeah, but now we should have raylib. There we go. Alright. So there's like init window, and width and height is like, I'm gonna save that in some kind of variable. So let's do like screen. Actually, I want to have a vector. The problem is this is like I32. Well, we can do this. We can do screen is a vector. Let's do, I don't know, I usually do like 800, 600, but Maybe that's like because I'm old. And then I'll do like screen I for int. And this is int from float screen. So you can cast the vector directly like that. And so this would be screen I1 0, screen I1, because then we can use that in like calculations and stuff if we want. Title, vertical, schmup. What's the thing we did? Might be easier to skip the bindings like I did here, simpler to me anyway. Skip the bindings. Yeah, because Raylib does have like a build zig file that you can use, and then you have to do a little bit. I'm just used to using the bindings, because it does like zigify some of the types that you are using. So I don't know. I feel like sometimes it's maybe easier to use. Oh, you're not using the build zig either? Okay. You're just doing it raw. Really? Oh. You're just downloading the binary? Or what? Oh, okay. So you're using it as like as external for lack of a better word, DLL library. But yeah, when it comes to my project, I get to like good spots. I decided to work on my main program now, so I'm doing Go. Oh, cool. Awesome. Okay, so we've got the init window, and I think this we need to do as well. Was there anything else we needed to do before? I forgot. But then it's basically you have a while loop. While should close, not should close. And then in here, to have an actual frame, you need to begin something, drawing, and drawing. Alright, so now we can actually draw something. So let's do, what is it, clear. Okay. And I'm also gonna do this so we can oops. And there we go. Except this is like in this is like in the emulator. The emulator. I think actually what we want to do is we want to do in Windows, because yeah, because How do you get like the current? What? Oh, I'm okay. No, this doesn't make sense. Yeah, because I'm on the I'm on the Linux. Okay, whatever. Let's just do it here. Fine. Okay. Just download the release and use it that way. I guess it's target specific. You want to have specify a different release. You want to support more targets, but it shows simpler way that you use the build pattern. See, I mean, I'm not sure if it's simpler. I think what you mean. I mean, I think what I understand what you mean by simpler is that you can cut off a bunch of middlemen, basically. But I wouldn't call it simpler. I would call it more bare bones. I don't know. But yeah, there's arguments to be made for both, I think. I mean, as I said, well, now when you compile the source code instead of using a binary. And here, and also the, as I said, like the types are like Zigified, so it's potentially easier to work with when you're in Zig, but yeah. I haven't actually really done much in Zig with Raylib with just the C library, so I'm not actually sure, because there is some, you know, some translation there as well with the types. Hello Subedara, what's up? Nice to see you. Why is that a question? I just wanted to ask, what's the shoot 'em up? Or a schmup, sorry. Yeah, it's a shoot 'em up. Yeah, thank you. A schmup is a shoot 'em up. It's a shoot 'em up is a one of those. Well, I'll show you here in a second. Okay, so what we need now? We need some kind of. So what I want to do is I want to use the state as a function idea. So basically, let's do state. The trouble is, this was working very well, let's say when we did like ECS, because you could request basically any type. But here it maybe could be different. We'll see. 80s, 90s style game. Yeah. The reason I picked it is because it's relatively easy to implement. So I could fit it into one stream. We'll see though, because it all right. Yeah, I guess you should have said shows how to use a build system with release bind instead of source. Yeah. That I can agree with. And then it's like, yeah, that's so. Yeah, and I mean, of course, it all depends on what you want to do with it. It's good to know that you can do that. I've never done that. So is it also? I mean, then is it also dynamically linked? Because that should be possible in Relay as well, or I mean in Zig as well. Alright, so the idea here is that we have a state, so we have an update function that will take, so this is a pointer to a function that takes some sort of context. The thing is, the context is kind of, that's where the thing is, like the context is like unknown. And I used like an ECS library to be able to do that. Maybe we shouldn't do this approach. I just found it pretty easy to work, but actually let's just ad hoc it all the way. All right. I mean, okay, let's just start. Let's just do like player Alright, we're gonna have also I wanna move this here. Okay, position. So we'll have like position and velocity. Okay, so let's start with that. Yeah, oh yeah, and also like we need the game state. Alright. Now there is an option here, like you can also do this to kind of get rid of one of the layers and have this as like the struct, but I don't really like that pattern. So alright, so here's the game state. Player, I'm just gonna do this. Alright, back to main, and we need the game state, so let's make that. So here's our game state. Okay, and then we just say we draw the player. So let's do, if I can remember this, draw rectangle. Ah, this is all, wait, no, you can use vector. But these are Rayleigh vectors. Okay, actually, maybe I should just use Rayleigh vectors. Yeah, I'll just make it easy here. Actually, I'll just use Rayleigh vectors actually, because yeah. I was thinking like the one thing that you gain when using zig vectors is that you gain, like you can say like A plus B or V plus W, but whatever. Let's just do this. And yeah. Alright, so you are a Rayleigh vector 2. Oops. Alright. But this one is still... Can you make this into an integer? No. Alright, so this would be game player position and size. Okay, I'll just add the size there as well. And I'm gonna kind of generalize this later, I think, and we'll see how that goes. So we'll need size. And I don't know, let's do like 16 by 32. I'm not sure, we'll see. Color. Let's do like, I don't know, blue. It's not mutated, okay. We'll change that later. Okay. Compile. What is this? Comp time call of extern file. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's one thing that is bad here, I guess. We don't. So the init. It's kind of weird. Like 0 should really, like, why do we need to call this? Like, it's pretty obvious what this is gonna do, right? So why not just implement this directly? Okay, well, anyway, whatever, let's just do this. You can also just you can also just say x. You can do this as well, but this is more terse here. Okay, there we go. Okay, we got a little blue square up here. So let's can you see that, by the way? Yeah. So let's do now some input. I'm just gonna do a keyboard, I think, for now. Actually, I've never done. No, I've done keyboard stuff. Yeah. So do I need to init this? No. So let's just add this over here. So we'll say like if key is key down left, then player velocity x equals -1. Okay, let's start there, and then of course we have the update here. So position plus equals okay. That should give us Oh, it's a constant. Okay, now we need to change this to 1. There we go. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, also it doesn't reset, so at the end we should set velocity back to 0. Okay. There we go. Okay, but now it's like it's not really using the time. So let's do this. Let's grab dt, which is gonna be something frame time, and the velocity is equals this. But then when we add it, we should also scale it by dt. And now it should be very slow. You can barely see it here changing. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna say speed here instead. And let's add that. So that's just a scalar. And it should be, I don't know, 100. So that's 100 pixels per second, I believe. It's pretty slow, but I guess you're gonna be slow at the start. Also, some shoot 'em ups have like different speed depending on if you're going left or right, up and down. But I mean, yeah, it depends on the gameplay, I guess. Okay, so now actually, let's make the background. I'm imagining we're in, you know, we're in space. So now we're in space. We could make some the classic, like from our members, you know, all the tutorial videos. We're making some stars that move. I mean, yeah. Let's complete this one first here. So else if is key down up, we want to change now the y to be negative and then down to be plus. There we go. Oops. Okay. We can't actually press them at the same time, so I'm gonna separate these. So now we can press both at the same time. Okay. Cool. And let's see. Okay, so that's that is the player. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to now add. Let's set the player position to be at like the bottom. Let's actually change this here to be. I want to move the screen cord like this. Oops. What's happening? Oh, because of this. Wait, why is this not? Okay, I'm not sure what the usually when it behaves like this, there's some syntax error somewhere, but I can't see it. Okay, anyway, we'll remove this. Put you up there, and you are now GameX. Alright. I mean, apparently there's no errors, or there are errors. Unable to load raylib file not found. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's raylib. It's only raylib, not. Yeah, this is the module name. Right. Yeah. There we go. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to set this, because here we know the screen size. So what I want to do is I want to, well, we could also do this because I want to reuse it in here. So your position is gonna be well, it's gonna be screen x over 2, and then y is gonna be screen y minus like the width of the player or something. Let's do like 64. So that, now we start down here. Actually, let's switch these out because it's gonna be vertical. So maybe we'll do something like this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Actually, maybe I should just download like a graphics pack, like one of those free graphic packs. Yeah. I mean, why not? I like this one. Space Invaders. And I like this one as well. I like the pixel art. The pixely. Ooh, I like that. But that's only the player ship though. But I guess that's all we have right now anyway. But this one is kind of everything in one as well. And this one, I think. Yeah, let's just go with this one. Wait. Sprites large. Okay, I guess. Do this. What is happening? Is it downloading or? Yeah. Alright. Let me see if I can get this over here. One second. All right. So we've got it. I'll just check. Oh, sorry. I'm not sure what the dimensions are. Okay. Okay, so the ship is in the first grid. It's like left. I guess it's like left and right sprites. Okay, now I have to remember how to do this. So sprite image, load image. It's this one. I think we need to try that. All right. So there's our sprite image. And then I believe, I mean, there is a way to draw a sprite or to draw like from an image, I think, or it's a texture. I don't really remember. But you can draw like and choose the source rectangle. But I believe you have to make it into a texture first, I think. So let's just do like texture. And we'll make it into a texture. So, is there also like unload texture? Yes. I'm not sure if you have to do both. But I guess it's good to do that. Okay, so now we have the texture. Now, and then, instead of drawing like a rectangle, we'll do draw texture. And is it X or it's PRO? I don't know what that stands for, but it's basically you can choose. Here's the sprite texture. The source is going to be the rectangle of where the sprite is located on the sprite sheet. So it's going to be at the top left. I mean, it depends on where the I guess. No, let's just do it like this. I'm not sure how large it is. I'm gonna guess it's 8 by 8. It wasn't very large. And then the destination is where it's gonna be drawn to. And here's where you can also scale. So you don't have to use the same scale. You can scale it up or scale it down depending on. So this would be where the player is. So position X, position Y, and wait, there should be size as well. Right, and then we have origin, and I believe I'm just gonna set origin to be 0 for now, but that can change like how it's scaled and how it is positioned depending on the player position. And rotation 0, color tint is white to mean there's no tint basically, and we'll disable that. Let's see if this works. There we go. We got our little spaceship here, but it's like scaled because the player size is like not the same size, so I have to change the size here. But here we can choose to scale the player up. So I'm gonna say 32 by 32. All right, that looks good. Oops. Maybe we should disable resizing. I think you can do that. Resize. Window. Set window. State. Resizable false. Does that work? Yes. Okay, now I can't resize. Okay. Spoke too soon. Anyway, maybe that doesn't work in this emulator thing. Anyway, I'll just keep it there anyway for now. Okay, but now we have a sprite sheet here. We are drawing the player, and we can move around. Now, should we do like, maybe we'll do like the background, or let's do what do we do next, actually? Should we do like an enemy or shooting? Maybe we'll just do shooting here. Also, I want to change this later as well, but because this draws the player, but I want this in a more generic thing. But let's just do the shooting first. So let's add a key thing. So is key down, I'll do space, and then we'll say shooting equals, or I'm gonna call a function called wants to shoot. Okay. And what that's gonna do, because you're not always gonna be shooting. No, actually, what we'll do is we'll change you to shooting equals true. I'm just gonna do that. Shooting equals true. If space is not on, shooting should be false. And you can also invert this to say, you know, shooting equals is key down space. You save a couple of lines. There you go. Shooting is a bool, set it to false. Alright, so if we are shooting, so let's have some logic down here. So if we are shooting, and the shooting can shoot at is less than t or equal, that is like, this is kind of like the cooldown. So this is like a timer. So to not spam bullets. So now we shoot, and we have to set can shoot at is equal to t plus shoot cooldown, because that could change as well. So let's do can shoot at, and this is an F64 now because we're comparing to T, which should be an F64. And then we have shoot cooldown, which is like how much time until the next Anu can shoot again. So let's do like, and this is in seconds, so I don't know, 1.0. Let's start with 0.5 and we can increase it later. If you get like power-ups, then you can like increase that, or decrease, I mean. Alright, so and then we also have to spawn the spawn bullet, which we don't have right now, but so we set the cooldown. Alright, let's create the bullet. So same thing here, we're gonna have position, velocity, and size, I guess. The size though is gonna be smaller. Actually, I'll take a look at the picture here. Do we have any bullets things, or is this gonna be like 1 pixel or something? Then it's like 4x4. Is there like a bullet graphic here? Yes, there is. Okay. Cool. Well, kinda. There's a couple of different things. Okay. So the size is maybe 2x2 or 2x3. So 2x3 is gonna be 8x12 because it's scaled up by 4, I believe. Now what I'm also gonna do is I'm gonna add, so I'm gonna remove color and I'm gonna add sprite, and this is gonna be the rectangle, the source rectangle from the sprite sheet where this is right now. So this is gonna be, and actually I'm gonna add sprites here. So this is gonna be like player yeah, this is gonna be the where the first sprite is, and then this is player. It's also player to the right. It's kind of steering. I'm gonna call it steer because I think the idea is that you only have one sprite, but then you flip it depending on, and that's located over here. But then I also want the bullet, and the bullet is, this is a yellow bullet. It's like 8, but then it's like add 4 here, and then you are 2x3, I think. Actually, there might be spacing as well. We'll see. So that's the bullet. Alright, so now we can import sprites here. And we can say the sprite is gonna be sprites.player. Alright. I'm also gonna say sprite flip as well. So that will flip if you're going left or right. I'm gonna make that later. Let's continue with the bullet here. So we'll do sprite. Oops. This is a rectangle. And we'll do sprites dot yellow bullet. Alright, I think that's enough for now. Maybe we'll have like damage or something as well, but let's start there. Now, the game, we should also have now like a list of bullets. So let's do that. Bullets. We can just use like an array list. Oops, we need standard. Array list of bullets. Alright. So we just empty. Alright. Now we can also add a convenience function like add bullet if we want. And this would be game. Then what we would need is like position. Actually, we already know the position. Let's call this spawn bullet. Oops. And yeah, it needs an error type because array list, when we add things to it, is gonna be potentially an error. Also, now we need an allocator. Unless we define like a limit on the number of bullets, because then we can just have it on the stack. But I'm just gonna do allocator here. We'll add a convenience init function. Alright, spawn bullet. We'll just add or append, and we need a bullet. And the position is gonna be player position. We might have an offset there if we want. What else? Wait. Velocity, size. So size and sprite we don't need to set, but we do need to set velocity. The velocity is basically always going to be the same. But this could be a thing here as well. So this would be like bullet speed. I'm gonna do like 0 in X, Y is gonna be negative bullet speed. Okay, let's add that. Let's do like, I don't know, 300. Alright. So that's our bullet spawning. Let's go back to main. And spawn bullet. So now we can say spawn bullet here. So that will spawn the bullet. I'm just gonna add a try here because, yeah, that would just be like an out of memory error. Okay, T is undeclared. Let's just define it here. Get time. So that is Raylib's built-in like timer that you can use to get elapsed time. Since basically you call init window, so basically since the game started, and this is the delta time, which is like since the last frame. All right. So after all that, we crash, or not crash, but there's a build error. Type is not a function. Oh. Where is this happening? Game. No, sprites. Maybe. Yeah. Dot init. Forgot about that. Almost looked like a constructor there, but that doesn't exist in Zig. So. Oh. Still more issues. Missing. Oh yeah. So we changed game to accept an allocator. So now I need to set up an allocator. So I'm just gonna do the standard GPA, which is actually called. It's gonna be renamed, but I'll just do this. No, you are not a function. No, you're not. Okay, and then we get the allocator, and we also defer that. Okay, so now we can say game init allocator. There we go. All right, so okay, nothing's happening when I press space here. So oh yeah, well, okay, something might be happening. We don't really know because we don't actually show these bullets. So let's go up to the draw portion here. I'm gonna say this is draw. This is like input, and then down here is gonna be update logic basically. Alright, so the draw, let's do game bullets items. Okay, so now we'll basically do the same thing here. Oh yeah, one thing that we did change here is that the sprite for the player is actually now from sprite instead. And we also have a sprite flip, but we'll deal with that later. And so we can do the same thing here. We can say bullet.sprite. Okay. And also we have bullet dot position, bullet position, size. There we go. All right. Now let's see if we can see these. Okay, there we go. Now we get these bullets, but they are not moving. So let's move them. Here's the kind of position update, so I'll add this here. Loop through the bullets, and we will say position equals position, add velocity, scale with equal. So exactly the same thing. What is the issue now? I tried to look at what the issue was before I read it. Cannot assign to a constant. 58. Oh, so yeah. So when you get this here, it's actually a constant. So to make it mutable, you have to do this. There we go. There we go. Now we got a little ship flying around and shooting. Okay. One thing is that the bullets are not the bullets are not like deleted once they are off screen. So we might add a little thing here to check, like if position is like outside of the thing. Let's add like is outside. Then we wanna remove bullet, and the thing is we don't know which bullet it is. Actually, okay, this will become an issue actually, because we can't just remove the bullet directly here. We actually want to remove the bullet at the end, although we could still do this like this. So I'm gonna, let's add, because how do we identify the bullet? We need to have the index, right? So we pass the index into a function there, and then at the end we're gonna need to have like end of, I'm gonna say like end of frame, and that's gonna clean up some stuff. So for example, it's gonna remove whatever bullets we have marked for removal, because that's how we're gonna do this. Because if you try to remove a bullet while you're iterating, there might be some consistency issues there. However, you can kind of calculate if there's gonna be an issue though, because you can just like if you make I a mutable variable, you can kind of control it and do that as well. But I'm just gonna do it like this. Okay, so we need like is outside. So this is just gonna check if position is outside of the screen. So I'm gonna do a super easy here. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna do is point rectangle. Point is position, rectangle is screen rect. So that screen rect is gonna be the rectangle of the screen. So this is gonna be like screen X, screen Y, and then the width. No wait, that's the width and height, and that's 0, 0. So we don't have to recreate it every time. We have it there. All right. So if we're colliding, that means we're in the rect. If we're outside, that means we don't collide with this. Okay. So that's outside. Now we need to be able to remove the bullet. So I'm just gonna add a list here. Bullets to remove. and it's going to be a bunch of indexes, so there's going to be a U size. Okay, so remove bullet. I'll put this up here so it's next to the other one, and then we need the index of the bullet. Okay, and then bullets to remove, we're gonna append this here. Alright, and that's all that it does. It adds it to the bullets to remove list, and then we have the end of frame function, which will take care of that. So this will loop through all the bullets to remove, and here what we could do now, we'll just get the index here. Do we want to sort them as well? I think we probably want to sort them, because if we just do a bunch of removals, because there is I think there's like a bullets remove many, but then we need assorted indexes here. So we could sort them first. What do we need to sort them with? I think it's like they need to be ascending, I think. I mean, I guess it could be descending as well. Although descending might make more sense actually. Assorted ascending. Okay. So there is a sort function in mem, and the thing that we sort is U size. The items are gonna be in here. Context is nothing, so I'm gonna just say null. Hope that works. We could also pass like undefined or something. And then we have the less than function. I'm not sure if there is a standard function for this. There is less than, but that doesn't really work here. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna add this function here. It's kind of annoying that you have to do this, but context is like, it doesn't matter. And then left hand side, right hand side. Now you can make a generic function that does work. That does like work for any type, but I'm just gonna do this. Okay, left hand side is less than right hand side, and let's just pass that there. Alright, so now that's sorted, and I'm not sure if this sorts ascending or descending by default. Sorts in ascending order. Okay. So good. So we have now an ascending order. So now we can do order remove many equals to remove items. Yeah. And it doesn't return anything. So cool. So that will remove all the bullets that we have in the list. And also now in the end we want to clear this. We don't want to free, we want to retain, clear it retaining the capacity, which basically just sets the length to 0. Alright. Unused, yeah. Alright, so now go back here. And the bullets should be removed when they're outside. We should see that. There's an error here. Union is ignored. Add a try. What else? End of frame. Alright. Except this didn't have an error, so we can just remove that. unable to resolve comp time value. Wait. Okay, I think there's something going on with the context here. What if you just pass like... I'm just gonna pass self. And I'll change this to be game. Okay, there we go. So I think you should be able to see them kind of disappear at the end, but maybe not. Let's change this so we can see it. I'm gonna add 200 pixels to the Y so that the kind of the screen is like 200. Yeah, and you can see now that they are actually disappearing there. Okay, cool. All right, so we got bullets. So now we can add enemies. But before we do that, I want to generalize. I want to try and generalize the drawing function here. Even though it's very simple, it's just a one-line thing. But you can't do this, so I'm gonna add draw. And so we will have like draw object. And we need a texture. Is it 2D or... Yeah, I think it's 2D. And then we'll have the object, which is an any type. So this is going to be a little bit generic here. And then there's going to be void. All right. And then we'll just copy this in. And what we'll do is we'll have the texture. And now instead of saying that, we're just saying object.everything, and we're just gonna assume that these properties exist on this object. So as long as your struct is adhering to these things, that we have a sprite, we have position, we have size, then this function is gonna work. So now we can go in here and we can import draw, and we can say here, instead of doing this, we do draw object game.player. All right, let's try see if that works. There we go. Okay, cool. And then we do the same here. We do draw object. So here's where we can show that, yeah, it works for the player. It should also work for the bullets. There we go. Cool. All right. Yeah, so this is a function that takes like any type, but as long as they have these fields, it works. And also as long as the fields are the correct type as well, because otherwise there would be like a compiler error. So what this is doing is basically creating a version of this function for each different type that you put in here. So now we should have two different versions of this function, one that works for player and one that works for bullet. That's what it's gonna compile to in the end. All right. Now, where are we? So we have the bullets. We have also. Okay, so now we want to do enemies. So I'm just gonna do like enemies, array list enemy. And we're probably also gonna have like enemies to remove, so I'll just add that directly here. All right, and then we'll just we can, well, okay, let's define what an enemy is first of all. So let's go to, I guess, bullet and enemy. I'm gonna import the things, sprites. All right. I'm gonna check the graphics and see where the enemies are. Where did that thing go? There. So we have a couple of different things. Oh, interesting. They are kind of optimized in this spreadsheet so that you take like, it's only half of the enemies. So you take like one of the enemy sprites and then you flip and draw like both, I believe. Okay, so the first enemy is located directly after the first player. I believe it's like half the size in width as well. So if we go to sprites and we'll say, so this is like a enemy green, and this would be at 16, 0, and then 4, 8. So I believe that would be the enemy. So let's just, whoops, that's the bullet. Green. All right, and the size is, I think, same as the player. Was it 32 by 32, I think? All right, that should be it for now. So let's go, yeah, I think so. So let's go to game and we'll import enemy. All right, so we have that. Now let's also add like spawn enemy. So this would just append here. And yeah, so now it's like a bit different because the enemies are, you know, it's kind of how are they supposed to be, you know, how are you supposed to determine how they are getting their position when they spawn. So I'm just gonna add a position so that can be determined from outside. And then the velocity, I think the velocity is always going to be like the same. I think I'm just gonna hard code in something here, or you can have like a table in enemies as well. Actually, let's do that. Let's add. You can add like speed or speeds, and this would be a struct. And I'm just gonna say the green speed is gonna be, so this is kind of like a static, you could say static variable here that we're creating. And so the green speed, I guess we can say like 200 maybe. That should be a semicolon there. So now we can say, you can also do it the other way around, but let's do it like this for now, because we might add more types of variables here later. So so then you would have to add one of these for every type of variable, but I would rather invert this so that this is kind of like green has a speed of 200, so that makes a little bit more sense to me. But anyway, now yeah, so this one would be like enemy green speed, because green will be the type of enemy. Then and that could also be passed in here, but we'll see how this goes. So position will be position. There we go. All right. Now we also add let's add remove enemy as well, which does basically the same thing as the other one. And so end of frame, we would do the same thing here, but for enemies. So bullets, enemies, and there we go. Okay, now go to main. Okay, so we're not drawing the enemies. Let's do that. It's just gonna be like this. Enemy, there we go. And we need to update their positions as well. And I'm gonna have the same logic here. So if they go outside of the screen, they're gonna get removed. And remove enemy. As you can see, this could clearly be like generalized, but they are a little bit different, so we probably want to have them separate. Okay, now let's see how we can spawn enemies. So let's go into game here, and I'm gonna just add a timer here. So enemy spawns at, and I'm just gonna say, well, spawns after like 3 seconds to start with, and then we'll check down here if enemy spawns at less than or equal to t. Then we're gonna set this to t plus enemy spawn rate, spawn cooldown. And this is a pretty bad way of kind of doing this, because I would rather have, like, you know, waves and things like that. But this is just to get a very basic initial thing here. So let's do like every 3 seconds. Alright, and then we do spawn enemy, and the position is now we can introduce randomness as well. So let's do actually, is there like a random here? No, so let's just do like init, and of course y is going to be 0, but x could be random. So let's do now there is a built-in random thing in crypto where you can get random. So this is already like initialized and everything, so you can use this. So you don't even need to create your own random thing, but you can do that as well. But I'm just gonna do like random float. No, what would this be actually? No, I think it's gonna be like random float, but then we need to kind of see what this is doing. Is it from 0 to 1? Okay, so it's 0 to 1, and you can see that 1 is I forgot which one it is. It's 0 inclusive and 1 is exclusive. Okay, it doesn't really matter that much. So so float, I believe this is F32 we need to create, otherwise it's going to be a compiler. Yeah, F32, and then you can times it, we can multiply it with what you need it to go to. So from 0 to what? So this is going to be screen X. All right. So yeah, so now I think the enemy should get spawned after 3 seconds. Oh, I forgot one thing, or probably many things. The velocity of the enemy is wrong. I just realized, because I set it to negative. It should be positive. It should be going down. see if it works now. There we go. Here's a little enemy here. Okay, now the problem is, and it's spawning in random position, and you can see that the graphics kind of look weird. So because of how this sprite sheet works, it's basically you're supposed to take the sprite and it's just the first half, the left half of the enemy, and they're supposed to flip it and paint the rest on the right side. So I'm gonna add like an option here. Half sprite is true. So now our draw function can look at this and see that, okay, half sprite is true, then we should use the half sprite algorithm. And that is actually com time known. So I believe that will like, if you're gonna optimize this, that will be like a, you know, the function for the other types of objects are not gonna have this functionality. So I'm gonna say, well, actually this would be like type of object dot half sprite. What you can do is you can say has declaration, and this is type. So I'm gonna say T is type of object, so I don't have to type it all the time. T is type of object. So if T has a declaration called half sprite and T dot half sprite is true, then we'll do this. So this is a little bit of com time magic here. And what we'll do is we'll do a separate kind of algorithm here. So this is like, first we're gonna draw the size X, and I believe we have to do over 2 here. Alright, and then we have to draw again, but now the source is the same, but this one should be flipped. So I believe you can flip with the scale. With this here, maybe, or maybe you can't, because this only has like position and height. So maybe you can't. Because this is gonna be like plus object size X over 2. So I'm gonna say like half X. And this is the half X as well. So this will not look correct. Also, we need to return here as well. But so we need to flip. Yeah, you can see that. You can see that it looks better now, but we still need to flip it. So, hello Barchek, what's up? No Penguin. I haven't seen Penguin today. How do you flip it? Maybe we need to use a different function here, because rotation won't really flip it. It's gonna look weird if we rotate it. Wait, where is... No, it's sorry. Standard. Pi. Yeah, it's just pi. That's gonna look weird, right? Wait, it doesn't even... Huh? Wait, is it actually degrees here? Oh. Yo, cool guy, what's up, what's up? Okay, and then this would be like... well, this would be like object size divided by 2. No. Is it? Oh, divide. Okay. What's the issue? Divide by a vector. What? Okay, so let's scale by this instead. Yeah, and then both has to have the same origin. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm doing like a one-off thing here where I'm trying to make a shoot 'em up in one stream here, like a very simple. Why is it like there's like a okay? So I think it's 1 pixel too large to the right, actually. So this is only 3 pixels wide. Is that correct? No, it seems to be 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it is 4 pixels wide. But then, and then you are 32 or 30, yeah. I'm not sure if the origin is like based on the sprite or if it's based on so this would be width over 2, height over 2. I'm gonna try this. No, that looks weird. Why does it look like that? Okay, I'm confused. Also, we got memory leaks or whatever. It doesn't matter. I mean, I'll just remove that thing so we don't get a bunch of errors all the time. Let's just remove this. Oops. Right, that one. Now it won't report, right? No. Okay. Cool. But yeah, that's strange. So I believe this is correct. But there is some strange thing with the rotation happening. It's like way too much space between. But I really don't want it to be like that. I want it to be flipped. See, if you have scale, you can actually scale. You can actually do like negative scale to flip it. Maybe I should use this one instead. But then I can't do source rectangle. It's like I want source rectangle, but then also scale. Like there's no variation here to that, as far as I can see. I'm not sure what this is. End patch. Wait, what if you do negative? Okay, let's remove that. What if you do? Also, I want to see how this looks now. Okay, that looks kind of the same. What if this is negative? Will that flip? Negative width? No. Damn it. That was kind of a hope there. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can Google this real quick. Raylib, draw texture PRO flip. Define negative width. It says someone answered that you can type negative width and it should work. But it doesn't work. Wait, negate the source width. Oh. Is that gonna work? Hey, now it works. Okay, cool. So we got our little monsters coming in there. Okay, cool. Now let's make it so that the bullets can collide with them. Now Raylib does have built-in, and I already used it here, a built-in collision kind of checks, like very basic, just checking if a point is in a rectangle or rectangle is in a rectangle. So what we want to do is, I guess down here we could do if actually we want to, let's do, so this is going to be the brute force algorithm for checking bullets to enemies, but it's gonna be fine because there's not that many. I guess we'll see, because this is running in like a WSL emulator thing, so it might actually be you know, it might actually be laggy, but we'll see. I can enable like FPS as well. Really, I think it's just draw FPS up in the corner. Alright, and then let's see. So for each bullet we're gonna check, and then for each enemies, we're gonna check if check collision. Let's do Rex, and that is, now we actually need to define these. So bullet, so this is a rectangle in it, bullet position X, bullet position Y, bullet size X, bullet size Y. And I mean, we could, this is a very simple algorithm. We could also check, like, make this ourselves so we don't have to go through these hoops to do it, but we'll just use it for now and see if this is good enough. Okay, so if they collide, now we wanna I'm just gonna destroy the enemy by remove enemy, so that would just like delete the enemy basically, and we need the enemy index there. Okay, we got some compilers. Error union is ignored. All right. Okay. Boom. Okay, so cool. It works. I just whoop. Okay, I think the issue is that when we draw something, the enemy is drawn using origin, but when we draw something that does not have like this half sprite algorithm, we're not actually doing that. So I'm gonna do the same thing for that. So now everything is drawn with the same kind of origin. So we shouldn't have an issue. Wait, okay, so we do have still an issue here. You can see that bullets kind of fly through, unless we go on the right side. So it's kind of a little bit offset there. Now, why is that? Maybe it's because of this. It's like, this is position, yeah, so this would need to be offset a little bit. This would need to be offset by something. Would it be like half x over 2? Okay, let's try it. And then this would be plus half x over 2, I think. We'll try that. Oh. Still the same thing. Interesting. It feels like it has the same hitbox. Okay, I'll try and draw the hitbox maybe. Oop, draw hitbox, that doesn't work. Draw rectangle lines, and we'll do position X, position Y. So maybe it should, actually maybe this should be, no, I don't know. And then the width is size X. Gonna do red color. So now we should see like a rectangle around, but it's not like guaranteed that it's the same hitbox. Yeah, because there's like the origin is like off, but I mean, I guess it does kind of look like it's correct. Also, the monster is actually drawn like very weird, so I'm gonna move this back here. Yeah, now we can see it's kind of more centered, but okay, and then we also draw it over here. We draw the same thing. Yeah. So the bullet hitbox is like way less offset. So I mean, I guess that's why it looks better, I guess. But as long as everything is offset by the same amount, that shouldn't be a problem. But the problem is that since the bullet is smaller, it's offsetting less. So we should have the same kind of origin idea with that. So how... So... So we can change this so that the position is going to be negative size x over 2. I believe that will probably solve the issue. And I guess, yeah, we would have to do the same for the enemy. Alright, code guy. Set it on the left hand side. So there we go. Now that's working. Okay, we got decent FPS. So that's great. I'm gonna move this so we can get that. Actually, this will be X, Y. Actually, let's do position is position subtract by this scale. Okay. So now this is bullet position Y. Or wait. No, this is Y, this is X, size 6. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing with enemy. Enemy position X, enemy position Y. Okay, very minor change there. I just get OCD of these things sometimes. Yeah, very brute forcey thing here. And you know, now we basically only have like 1 or 2 enemies at the same time, so this won't be much of an issue. But I guess we'll see. Like if we change the spawn rate to like 0.3. Oh, there's an error somewhere. No field memory functions cause scale in. Alright, there we go. So now we'll see. We'll spawn a bunch of bullets. I mean, it's fine. I guess it's pretty okay. Okay, cool. Now, what I want to do is I want to have a thing here. Well, actually, I want the bullets to kind of, if they collide, I want to not only remove the enemy but also the bullets. We'll need this as well. Okay, cool. Now let's remove this debug thing. Okay. Yeah, the same game I was learning game dev in C++. Yeah, so this, I mean, yeah, this is a very basic like idea, and it's like one of the first things that I usually, if I wanna sort of learn something, like learn like a new way of doing things, this is like a usual go-to for me, like because it's such a simple implementation, because there's like barely any physics here, and it has all like the basic things. I mean, I could even do some basic like sound effects as well, because I have this program that can kind of do that as well. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We have this thing here. Yeah. Okay, the collision is still a little bit off there. Wait, it went back to being off now. Why is that? Position. What the hell? It was just... I mean, if I'm not crazy, I think it just worked. But now it stopped working. It's like it's back to the old collision again. Subtract enemies in scale over 2. So subtract half of the scale. That should move it to the correct place. And then you're initialized with that position. I'm confused. Make the aliens shoot too? Yeah, I can do that. Let's see. I'm not sure. Yeah, they could have... There's a bunch of different graphics in here. They could have like a larger bullet. I mean, the bullets right now that we have, maybe that's what the enemy should have actually. There's another bullet in here. I can see if I can change to that. Let's do like a flame bullet. That one is in 0 and then 8, I believe, and then it's like 4 wide and 8 tall, something like that. So let's change you to flame bullet, and we have to change the size. And basically the size is always like flame, like it's always gonna be this. So let's change, let's make this instead. Let's just, oops, sprite is equal to sprites flame bullet, and this is gonna be sprite dot width times 4, sprite dot height times 4, and this is sprite. So that's the generic setup here. Yeah. I mean the hitbox is still off, but yeah, we can make the aliens shoot as well. What we could do is we could say player, or let's do like player bullet. We could do this. We could say like init with a sprite. Okay. Gives us a bullet. And that will set these two to that. Okay, so now we can initialize it with different things. And so here, and then we have spawn bullet. We'll change you to be I think now we can say position and then sprite. And then we'll do init. Wait. Sprite. So let's do like bullet equals bullet.init sprite bullet.position bullet.velocity. Oh yeah, and the velocity is also depending on, so and then we append that. So when we spawn the bullet here, now we have to specify player position, velocity is gonna be 0, player bullet speed negative, and then the type, the sprite is gonna be sprite, whoops, flame bullet. Alright, now we should be back where we were, but now we can specify which types of bullet we can spawn, and so the enemies can start to shoot. So let's do something here. Let's do like Thank you, Tizzy. Is the how do you pronounce your name? Is that correct? I'm just gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. All right, cool. Hello, Vincent. Welcome back. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty. There's not much there, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, what do we want to do? Also, yeah, I wanna limit the player movement as well. So, where's the update of the positions? That's the input. Here's position. So, after player position, I wanna basically clamp it. So. Is there like a clamp thing? Yes, there is. Okay, cool. So clamp, will that edit it? No, it won't. We have to do like oops, position clamp, and this is gonna be 0, and this is gonna be game screen. All right. So now I can't go like outside. Cool. Man, I'm still the hitbox thing is annoying me, but wait, now it seems to be better. I didn't do anything there. Maybe it's just because the bullet is like larger. If I go on the right hand side, you can see it like it should miss, but it actually doesn't. Okay. I guess we should also make it so that the player can get hit as well. But also what I want to have is just explosion of the enemies. And there are some, so I'm gonna add, so explosion, yellow, small. And I'm gonna try to figure out where this is. This is like below the bullet. Bullet is 12.8, so this should be 12.12, and it's like 4x4. Twelve, 4x4, yeah. And then we have big. I'm gonna do a little kind of animation. This is located at 0, 16, and it's 8x8. Okay. Now, what I want to do is, I'm just gonna add a simple game object called like FX, standing for. What does it stand for? Effect. So this is basically just gonna be, you know, it's just gonna be a sprite that doesn't really do anything. But it's gonna have position. I guess we could add velocity as well. And actually size. And this would be no, wait, rectangle. No, it's not a rectangle. Wait. Oh yeah, it's like this. Oops. And then it's this. No, that's not the thing. Size. There we go. Except it's not a bullet, it's at this. Alright. I mean, we could add like position. We could just add position and yeah. I'll start with just position because velocity is often 0, I guess, when it's this kind of thing. So I'll do that. Also, the size thing, like ×4, is kind of weird. Like, it's probably not even good to have that. Because we could really just zoom in instead of scaling everything up. But anyway, we don't really have the camera. Anyway, we're moving everything down instead. Yeah, special effects, movie thing, yeah. Can you turn on live captions? I'm not sure. I don't know how to do that. Do you use a bundler? A bundler for Zig? Or what? I mean, when you do web dev. Oh. I mean, I think it depends, like, on what stack you're on. Like, I usually don't like to do that. I mean, either I'm using something like Next.js, and then you don't even have to think about that stuff, which I enjoy not doing. Or, I'll set up my own kind of thing. I really don't like Webpack. It's just too much. I don't know. It feels like it's too old by this point. I'm trying to use a JS library for front end, but it's only installable by Node.js. Okay. What library is it? Why do you need it? I do want to use TypeScript because I like my code to be correct and readable. I mean, TypeScript is super easy to compile, though. And also, you can use something like, Vite or something like that. Oh yeah, ESBuild, yeah. And that's fine. Porting Jag FX Scala over to C#. I don't know what that is. Sorry. So web GPU thing, okay. Wait, web GPU, and you're saying it's for Node.js? That doesn't make sense. Or what? Try adding JS docs instead for the... It's a synth editor for JAG-X synth file. Oh, cool. Alright, let's see. Okay, so we have this basic thing. Now, let's do like spawn fx position sprite, and of course now we need, actually let's do this. Let's do like fx's and I'll do like fx is gonna have like some kind of expiration timer, so I'm gonna add, I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't actually. Maybe that should be up to something. I mean, this game thing is kind of weird because it's kind of both like a game engine, but it's also like the implementation as well. Okay, we'll figure it out. Let's just leave that for now. We'll spawn the thing. Maybe because there's no like, we can't really return like an ID because the index will get like invalidated. Maybe we should add an ID to these ones though, because they are kind of different. Because all right, let's do an ID here, and we'll add this here. Oh my god. Okay, and now to the game we'll add like FX ID counter. And whenever we spawn FX, we'll add well, we'll do like we have to do init. And ID is going to be self FX ID counter. Actually, I'm not sure if you can even do that. I'm gonna say this, and then this is gonna use that. The sprite we're gonna pass on. Alright, I think that's it. The thing also here is like, because now, no, it's not going to be append actually. So what's going to be here, this is not an array list. This is now going to be like an array. It's going to be an auto array hash map instead, because we want to map these IDs so that we need IDs to be stable. So we're creating a hash map instead. And instead of append, we're going to do put. And the key is going to be the ID. So I don't even think we need to store the ID on the thing. So actually let's remove ID here. I mean, maybe it's good to have. Nah, whatever. Okay, and then we'll return. Should we return the ID or the pointer to the thing? The pointer can get invalidated as well because it's like a thing. So I think we're gonna return the ID. And this is kind of interesting because we're returning this, but then afterwards this gets increased. So I think we're gonna get the old value. At least I hope. Okay. Let's see. Where are we here? This function parameter. Oh yeah, let's remove that. Okay. Okay. Now, because what I want to do with this FX is kind of spawn it, and then I want to be able to kind of, if we're gonna play an animation, we want to set the sprite to something else. So let's do this for now. For now, we're gonna say, okay, when the enemy gets killed, we remove it, but then we also do spawn FX, and the position is gonna be the enemy position, and the sprite is gonna be the explosion small. All right. And that will give us the FX ID, but I'm just gonna ignore that for now. But that is gonna get handled. We're probably gonna add that to something else that will handle like animations. Okay. Expected 2 arguments, found 1. Oh yeah. So let's see. The auto, so the auto array hash map unmanaged needs first the key type and then the value type, and in this case the key type is like just the usize here. All right. So what will this do for us here? It will spawn. No. Okay. It should have spawned the F. Oh yeah, so we're not drawing those. Right. So let's add that here. So we should just draw this FX here. Oh yeah, and these are not items, so actually we need to grab it from values because it's a string array hash map. But the good thing is that they are stored as an array, so we can iterate through them very easily. Okay. There you go. Now we got a bunch of explosions, but they are, you know, static and they don't really do anything. So, and also they never disappear. So what we want to do, I want to do I want to add state over here? Like for now, everything is in game, so that's probably good to have. Maybe we'll add like animations here. So animations, I'll just add like an array list of animations. And what is an animation? So no. All right. So this will be. Yo, Penguin, what's up? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't do anything, Code Guy. All right, so let's see. Time flies here. Let's see. I'm not sure if I want to scope anything that we want to have, but I basically want to have like the animations, enemy shooting bullets, maybe wave based, and some kind of store or background thing. Okay, and maybe sound as well. Okay, but let's do this. So animation. So what I'm gonna do here, this is gonna be tied to like an FX, I think. So so there's gonna be like FX ID. Okay. So this is gonna determine which FX this animation is like tied to. Okay, and then we're gonna do. I'm gonna have like sprites. Well, I think we want to have like animation definition, which is gonna have this the sprites as like a list of rectangles. And yeah, so that's just a list of rectangles. Let's do like a const here. So that will be, so we'll have the definition. It's gonna be that. Okay. What do we do then? We're gonna have some kind of. It's gonna have some kind of timer. So next frame at F64, and then we're gonna also have like frame duration, and that could also be part of definition, like the duration. Okay, we can add like an update function, takes t. So if next frame at less than or equal to t, we will increase our current frame. So current frame is gonna be usize, and if we have exceeded our sprites length definition thing, then we want to set you, I mean, it depends if you want to have it looping or not, I guess. So if we're looping, we're gonna set it back to 0. Otherwise, we don't really care. I guess we could do no, else frame is equal to length minus 1. We're stuck at the last frame there. Okay. Okay, and then we'll add a convenience function to get get frame or get frame. It doesn't need to be mutable. But basically this would just return our sprite definition sort of here. And it's gonna be def sprites self frame. So now we can update the animations. We can get the current sprite. We can set the speed of the animation. We can also define what should be in there. What we also could do is we could say we can add a little like is done here, which should be false to start. And then if this is true, we can set done to true, because this could be used to check if we want to remove the FX here. Okay, so we have our little animation thing, very basic. Okay, so let's go now back to game, and we have our animations. Now this could also, I guess this could also be like an auto array hash map, and as it's tied to FX, we could also just add an animation here. Actually, we could just add it in here instead of having it in a separate thing. I was just thinking maybe not all FX needs an animation. Maybe it could be nullable. Yeah, I guess that's way more simple actually. We just add a nullable animation here. So this would be like animation. And then we don't even need to worry about this part over here. Okay, cool. Next thing though, end of frame. Actually, I'll move less than out here. So end of frame. Do we do that here then? We can go through and update all of the animations here. So we'll go through all of these, and if we have an animation, we'll get it here, and we'll update the animation, and there we go. And we could also have, actually, you know what? Let's also do like destroy on animation done. Let's add that little weird thing. And then like if destroy and animation is done, then we'll also remove this FX as well. So now, and now I think, no, because we're iterating through. Okay, so let's add a little thing here. Let's add like FXs to remove. Let's do like array, let's do size. Okay, defer. No. So if this is done, we'll add this to the list. And you are actually, hang on, do you have like remove many? Yeah, okay. So same thing here. We can store the indexes. Actually, no. Are those the keys, actually? These are keys. No, there are indexes. It says indexes. Remove entries indexed by sort of thing. The index needs to be removed. Correspond to state for deletion. Source each index removed is bounds. Okay, so that is index. Okay. I thought it was keys for a second there, because the key and index is the same type. But anyway, we'll get the index here. It has to be like this. Alright. So we'll append that to fx's remove. Then we'll do the same thing here. We'll sort fx's to remove items. We will actually, I'm just gonna deinitialize that as well. And we'll do remove at many. Yes, we need to try that. And then we need allocator, and the indexes is going to be to remove items. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now we have kind of this idea. Well, it's gonna update the animation. It's also gonna remove those that wants to be removed when the animation is done. Also, after we've updated the animation, we should also set the sprite to be animation get frame, because that will also update the sprite now. So so that will also like, yeah, render the correct sprite here. Okay, so what we do now, I want to define the animations. So this would be, I want a animation definition from animation definition here. So this could basically just gonna be a bunch of these animation definitions. So we're gonna have like explosion. So this would be sprites. Yeah, we need to get the sprites as well. So just a list of sprites here. We're gonna do small, and then big, and then I'm gonna just add small again. So it's gonna go like, you know, small, big, small. And then duration, I'm not sure. Let's do like 0.2. See how that looks. We can adjust it later. So there's our animation definition. And now we can do, there was remove here. So we spawn the FX, we get the FX ID. So now we want to get the FX actually. So get pointer to FX ID. Now this, we know that it should exist, so I'm just gonna because this returns like an optional, but we know that it exists, so it has, so we can just unwrap it there. Okay, so now we have a pointer to the FX. So now we can set the animation to be a bunch of things. What do we actually need to set on this? ID. Wait, so we don't actually need FX ID anymore. Definition we need next frame at. So I'm just gonna set this to be So actually, when we initialize, we could accept a T for the current time, and then this will give us an animation. And or we could also have like a start function, start and stop, but let's do this. Next frame at is going to be t plus, and also we need the definition. There. So def is def. This is going to be definition plus frame duration. That's going to be the next frame. And frame is always starts at 0, I guess. Looping, we don't know. I guess we could pass that in. Or we could just say it's always false. And we could have a different init if we want to do that. Or you can set that later. Okay, so now we can say .init definition is going to be, we need to import animations. So animations.explosion. Oops. T is T, and there we go. That's our animation. So now we've set this to have an animation. So when game then gets like updated in the end of frame here, we actually it's gonna handle that for us now. Okay, so let's see if that works. Also, another thing is we want to destroy on animation done. So that should now work. Hopefully. Missing struct field animation. Oh. So let's see here. Animation. Let's set this to null by default. So we don't need to worry about that. You want a timer, I think. T. Animation update. Oh, right. So animation update. So you need to be mutable. So we need to add this, and also this also needs to be mutable. So there we go. Expected type void found out of memory. Oh, right. So this now can be an error, and we have to try this now. There we go. Okay, let's see if there's... Okay, well there is... It does get destroyed, but it looks like... It looks like the next frame at is wrong. So... Right, so when we update... And we change this, we should also set this to be t plus, or actually it should be like plus equals. This is kind of also where it gets weird, because if we just say plus equals here, this is going to lead to a bug that maybe we'll see later, but I'll just do it naively for now, and that should be fine. But really, I want to set plus equals frame duration and not t plus, because it's going to be like more consistent with the actual timing of the animation. But let's say, so the bug that can happen is that if you kind of tab out and tab in, maybe t is like several seconds ahead. So this will kind of run every frame, so it's gonna be like every frame you're gonna, instead of this catching up to where you should be, this is gonna like run every frame in a weird way. So that is kind of what's could happen there, but whatever. Okay. Oh, I see what's going on. So actually the thing that's happening is that I think it's correct now. The sprite gets changed and the animation is playing. However, when we change the sprite, so that happens in game here. When we change the sprite, we also have to change the size as well to match the sprite. So yeah, so actually I'll just do this. I'll just hard code this algorithm in here just to make this be fixed here, because this is the only place where we actually change the enemy or the thing right now. So there you go. Now we get this little explosion. Okay, it feels a lot better also. Like when you see that. We could also make it a little bit faster. I don't know. Let's do like 0.1. All right, cool. Awesome. All right. So let's see. What now? Okay, what can we add now? So we got like you know, basic enemy spawning here. We got player shooting bullets, enemy getting killed. Yeah, the player cannot be killed though. That is an issue. So maybe we should add that, kind of like a game over screen. Yeah. So I mean, let's think about this. It should be pretty simple actually. I mean, we could just check, like, after we've checked this, let's check like for each enemy and items, and we'll check collision Rex, so player rect and enemy rect. So if that happens, we should I mean, either we could have like a game over immediately, or we could have, like, you know, player hit lives or something like that. Let's just have game over immediately to start with. So if this happens, I'm gonna do this as well. So I'm gonna spawn this an explosion on the player. So it's gonna be player position, and then there should be the same thing there. Okay. We need to define these, so I'm just gonna copy this code here, and bullets, player, and this would be player. All right. So now we're kind of also, well, this could really be like outside. We don't need to do this every time. I'm not sure if Sig can optimize that, if it knows, but maybe don't, because we're kind of using things like this, which I don't know. Anyway, so let's see. Yeah, so now we should be able to get collided on by an enemy here. There you can see it spawning a bunch of explosions. Looks a bit cool actually. Okay, so but we only want one. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna have kind of like I'm just gonna hack in a flag here that says like is player destroyed. Super hacky here. And this is only gonna happen if because I kind of want the simulation to keep going. So if player is destroyed, we actually don't want to do this. So this is only happening if the player is not destroyed yet. And also, if this is happening, we're gonna break out of the loop. We also want to set is player destroyed to true. And there we go. So now it should only happen like once. Yeah. And the player was destroyed, except the player is not really destroyed. But let's see. So I'm gonna do like if player destroyed. If the player is not destroyed, we can go ahead and do all this crap. Okay. So it's kind of like disabling the input based on if the player is destroyed or not. Another thing that I want to do is I don't want to draw the player texture if we are destroyed. So that is what's happening there. So now it should be like the player gets hidden, input, you can't do anything, and the player is gone. But the things are still going. And I can't shoot, I can't do anything. So, cool. Now, yeah, and there's also, you can draw a text thing. So, let's do that like at the end. Or actually, well, we could do it at the end of the drawing thing. So if the player is destroyed, we'll show like a game over text. So there's like draw text, and you can use something like maybe PRO, I think. Wait, is this where you have to do, like measure the text? Yeah, you can measure text, and then you can measure the text. So this would be the width, I think. Text width. If you want to center it, because that's what I want to do. So game over. And font size, I don't know, 128, I don't know. Okay, so then we draw the text, and the text is gonna be game over, position X. So now position X is gonna be like I32, and that's gonna be game screen width over 2. Wait, no, X over 2. Yeah, but this is float, and Zig doesn't really like turning floats into integers by implicit operations, so we have to do like explicit here. So we have to say int from float. Okay. And then we can put X in there. Y is, I'm gonna do the same thing. So it's gonna be height over 2. And then, but X also needs to be changed by the width. So we need to do like minus width over 2. Okay. And then the font size, we have to use the same font size. And then the color, I'm just gonna do white for now. Actually, no, let's do red. Okay, so now we should see, hopefully, this text here. Okay, division with I32 and comp time int. Signed integers must use div trunk. Okay. So we have to use this, yeah, Zig has some special things here with division because of, well, it kind of, Zig is interesting because it allows you to kind of choose operation, because it recognizes that in fact there are more ways than one to do this thing. And that is oftentimes when you do numeric things, because of how computers work and all that, we have different things we can do. So the floor will, well, floor division, it rounds towards 0, or I mean negative infinite. Yeah, it rounds down. Hello Metallics, welcome back. What's up? Div exact is kind of, it's gonna be a runtime error if it's not actually an exact division, and we cannot guarantee this here. So that will oftentimes be an error. Actually, no, we can't. because it's like the width of the text, and we don't know that. So and then we have trunk, so that rounds towards 0. So I guess that means that if the numerator is positive, or I mean if the answer is positive, I guess, then it rounds down. If it's negative, it rounds up. And well, we don't really care. Let's just do floor. It doesn't really matter. And then this would be width, and this would be 2. Yeah. All right. So we should see, if we go and game over here, we see game over. Oh, it's a bit large. Also, the Y position is not centered. I guess Y is easier to center because you could just use, I mean, if we say font size is 128, we can use that here. We can say this here, and then minus font size over 2. I believe that should work. Yeah. And then we can set the font size to something else. So now it's centered, but let's set it to like 100. Maybe that's gonna blur it because of the weird size. No, maybe not. Okay, cool. Yo, Rukutiki, welcome back. Yes, exactly. It's what you see here. This is a shoot 'em up. So we've gotten to this point. So you can get killed now. Okay. What do we want to do now? Maybe we'll do waves, because I feel like that is a bit more fun. Like enemy waves. I want to do some kind of definition here. So wave definition. So kind of the same as the animation concept, where you have like a type of wave, and then you have like the wave kind of instance. Not exactly sure how we want to have it, but and then you have like, I don't know, a stage, a more broader or more further up you have the stage, which would be a bunch of waves or something. I don't know, but let's start here and we'll see. So this would be like, we could have a list of, we could have like a type, we could have, I don't really know, number of enemies. Yeah, okay, let's just start with something, because this is really where you can get your animation going, or I mean imagination going here. So let's just have like, I don't know, number of enemies. I'm just gonna say number. Okay, sure, number of enemies, just to make it clear what we're talking about. So we'll have number of enemies, and that's just gonna be it for now. Okay, and then we have the kind of the instance of the wave, which will keep track of how many enemies have we spawned. I mean, I guess technically you could spawn everything off screen and then have it come in as well, but I don't know. I don't know why I'm keep thinking about this. Like, I should keep a track of some timer where you spawn each enemy like 1 and 1. But I guess we can do that. So let's say enemy spawns at. So we'll have the same idea here. And also, okay, another thing that we want to have is like spawn cooldown, I guess, which will determine how fast they will spawn. And we'll have, so also let's do like position. We need, whoops, raylib. Waves could be 1D Perlin noise. I thought I want enemies to fly, not in straight line. Okay, Yeah, the thing, how I'm kind of imagining it, like a 1D Pearly noise sounds insane. It could be cool. I'm not sure, but basically, I just want to have like a very basic thing where the monsters come in a line. I mean, that could also be changed by, you can have different types of waves and say, okay, we'll have two different types. Either they come in a line, or they come in on like a vertical line or a horizontal line, or they come in like a formation, or I don't know. But I'm just gonna start at, they come in a like a very simple like vertical line at some kind of position. Also, actually, this would be more like, no, let's just have position there. Yeah, okay. And then we could also add like enemy type, but we only have like one type of enemy. But yeah, that should be fine. So we have enemy spawns at. Let's also add like, okay, how many enemies have we spawned, or yeah, which enemy are we on right now? So we need something for that. So I'm not sure what to call that. Current enemy. Enemies spawned. Enemies spawned. Start at 0, of course. We need an init function. We need t. We need to do that. We need position. Alright, so position. Enemy spawns at is going to be t plus. Oh yeah, and then we also need the definition. So this would be wave definition. And this will be definition dot spawn cooldown. All right, and then we can also same way we can have like an update function here. Wave t. Actually, yeah, we need t as well. So, and then we can say if self. Where is it? Enemy spawns adds less than or equals to t. Actually, here I want to do a little bit different from the animation. Actually, here I want to add. I want to return like an event. So events are usually like union enums, and then you can have different kinds of events here. So I'm just gonna say, well, either we have like a spawn event. I'm gonna say either nothing happens, or we have a spawn event, and then I'm just gonna say that, okay, well, we can also give you a position where we should spawn the thing, or have other information there as well. And so update will give you an event, and if this happens, we should return spawn equals position. Okay. We should also do some updates here. So this is equal to actually let's do plus equals that, and also spawn plus equals to 1. Okay. If that didn't happen, then we didn't have any event or anything. Alright, cool. So that is our wave. Now I still need to figure out how to make this into like a multiple thing. But I guess we can start with one wave for now. Let's just have a list of waves that we have right now. Yeah, that's probably not true, code guy. I'm sorry to... put you down there, but probably not. I mean, even this could potentially be a very involved, like it's always at the start you always have like the most velocity, I feel like, in when you create a project. But as you add more and more things, it's gonna take more and more time each new thing you add. So it always feels very nice in the beginning, and then it gets like worse and worse. Okay, so we have the waves. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll do like the same thing here. We'll add this update thing, and you can see that I'm just doing like copy paste. So whoops, press some weird Windows combination there. FX. All right, there we go. Except this is not values, this is items. Okay. Wave doesn't have animation, so wave is just update. And okay, so actually we should have some kind of termination here. Spawn. So the event that we get is spawn. I think also, let's also have an event like done. Okay, so if we are over here and this is true, also we want to add another check here to see if we're actually done. So if enemy spawn is more than or equal to number of enemies, then we should return done instead. Otherwise we'll do that thing down there. Okay. So now we can get the event from that. We can switch on it. We can also switch on it directly here. Oops. We'll switch on that, and they will say, well, if it's none, we don't really care. If we're done, we want to do this. If we get spawn, we get position where we should spawn. And so we'll simply do spawn enemy and position. Okay. And now you are like remove many. There is that. Okay. All right. So let's do this. Let's now remove this thing, and we'll go over here, enemies, spawn enemy. We don't actually do this anymore. So let's see. Let's just fix all the compilation errors. Okay, let's do this. Member function. Oh, you don't need arrow here. Okay. Expected error union. Oh. Okay, there we go. So now we don't spawn any enemies anymore because we don't have actually any waves. So what we need to do is we need to go and just add like an example wave here. Actually, I also want to define a wave. So gonna create them in this separate file here. So wave definition. All right, so we'll add, I don't know, default wave here. I'm gonna say like green wave. So this is a wave definition. And number of enemies, I'm gonna say like 5. Spawn cooldown is like 1 second or something. I don't know. So that's a green wave. Very simple here. And then when we create the game, I want to just add a wave here. So this is like init. Of course we need waves now. Waves. So waves green and position. Okay, so this is where let's just do center for now. Maybe we should just add a center function here. Center top. Yeah. So top is 0 and then screens x over 2. So game center top. Okay, we got some error somewhere. Expect 3 arguments. Oh, T. I'm just gonna say 0. Missing struct field def. Where is that? Oh, forgot this. There we go. Okay. And here's our little wave coming in. Okay, cool. So the basic idea works. Have you tried to develop a multiplayer game? I have actually a funny story about that, but I haven't really done anything, you know, recently. But when I was first learning programming, this was like, you know, 25 years ago or something. I wanted to do like a multiplayer game, like, you know, one of those tank games where you see like it's a top down, and I forgot what it's called. I think it's called like Combat. There was like an old game called Combat. And you have like a tank that moves around a map on top down, and then your opponent would also have a tank, and they can shoot, you know, shoot each other, and there would be like obstacles, whatever, on the thing. But anyway, I wanted to make this game, and I didn't know anything about. I mean, I didn't know the first thing about sockets. I didn't even know they existed, right? Because I was like self-taught, and so what I did was I tried to kind of make a file that was shared using like Windows sharing system that existed then. I think this was on XP, if I don't remember incorrectly. Where you could share like a folder, and you would get like a file path that you could use, and then both. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically just it's like sharing a folder between people on a local area network. And I think you had to also like disable security. You had to disable like, so they didn't have to put in like your password or anything to access that file. And so then I did this, that the other client would read from this file to get the game state, basically. Oh my god. So you could imagine how good that worked. It probably didn't work at all. I actually don't remember if it worked at all. But I used the same technique to actually implement a working chat program that you could chat on like a local area network with each other, because I went on a lot of what is it called, LAN parties we call them here. I'm not sure if that's like a global term for it, but yeah, good times. Anyway, but yeah, it would be interesting to actually make like a kind of multiplayer game, like a very simple one. But okay, anyway, let's see. Where are we now? So we have like this one wave. I want to change it a little bit. So I want to do, this was way too slow. I'm going to do this and see how that looks. Okay, that's a little bit too fast. Also, the first one is kind of off as well. Okay, that looks more like how I kind of want it to be. You can see, even if it's like a straight line, it's still kind of cool, I think. Okay, let's make one more. Let's make like a stage now. Okay. So kind of the same thing here. A stage would be basically a series of waves then, where each wave would come in at certain points. And I want to have kind of the same idea where you have a stage definition and a stage instance. So I'm just gonna do like stage definition. Thought it would autocomplete for me, but it doesn't work like that. Okay. So let's just have like waves, which would be a bunch of waves. So this would be, I mean, it's basically going to be a bunch of wave definitions, I think. And we could have like, okay, how much time between the waves? So I'm gonna say wave cooldown. Okay, basically the same idea, except now we're moving one step further up. And so stage, I mean, okay, next wave at, because this only needs to tell the game state that, hey, you need to spawn a new wave. And I think I'm gonna have the same idea of an event. Oops, union none. And this would be like none or wave. And the wave, we'll get like a wave definition, I guess. We could return that. And I guess we could also say like, when is the stage done? We could also have that idea, I guess. But okay. And then we'll have like, I guess like current wave or waves spawned. Start at 0. Let's add the init function. Next wave add is t plus. Oh yeah, we need the definition, right? Stage definition as well. And we need like def. There we go. All right, and then we have the update function. No, actually it would be an event. Alright. I did something like that when I developed Android game for Narada. I was working without a server. Game state was stored in Firebase. Oh, cool. I mean, that's way more sophisticated though, because the way I did it was basically, I mean, it was just stupid because I didn't know better. Basically, what's funny, I worked with what I had. What's funny is that rooms management was also made also on client. When you open a game, client checks all rooms. If there's a room without players, it removes it. All right, so it's like a. I mean, could you call it like a decentralized server? I mean, it's not really a server. Then it's the client that actually operates on the data. Yeah, very easy to hack. I mean, you could use the same principle. If you decentralize it, it basically, you don't need Firebase because Firebase is on a host. So you could have the clients share state and then have them like sync it or something like that. Yeah, same here, Metallics. All right. With the statement about making a single game that could be ready for releasing. I guess any game. I mean, that is also a little bit interesting because you define it. How do you define if it's ready for the release? That could be very subjective as well. It's also, I mean, it's quite interesting, I think, because it could end you up maybe not releasing something that you could have released if you wanted to. Okay, anyway, let's finish this here. So I'm gonna do, okay, so what I'm gonna do the stage part. I'm gonna do some stars in the background. And then I think I'm gonna do a little bit of sound, and then I'm gonna be happy with this. Okay, so now we have the scope. Okay, so the stage update. So this is basically gonna be the same here. So if next to that, so that triggers the next thing. If we are done, so let's check that. If this is more than this, we return done. Otherwise, this would be plus equals cool down. And if yeah, okay, no, and then wave spawn plus equals 1, and then we return. Actually, this would be deferred. And then we return definition wave spawned. Yeah, no, that's what we return actually. Yeah, there we go. Except this is a wave that we return like this. There we go. Okay. Well, we still have this working here. Also, I am a little bit annoyed that the first enemy is kind of off. I think that's because we're saying that it's 0, although this will be removed now. So so now let's go to game, and we'll add also, I'm gonna add like stages. I'm not sure if because this part is like you obviously only have one stage at a time. So why would I need a list of stages? I probably just need a stage actually. And that can be created here, or we just set it to null. Actually, let's do this. All right. And then here we're gonna do no. Yeah, that's fine. So when we update, I'm gonna say if we have a stage, we wanna update it. Whoops. And then we switch on this event. If it's none, we don't care. If it's done, I guess we don't really care at all. Like this, potentially here we could set some kind of you know, game over as well, that you've like game completed or stage completed, I guess. That you can use. Where did we go here? So stage completed is true. Okay, and then otherwise we have a wave, and we wanna now basically we wanna just append this to waves, and the wave is initialized. So we have a definition and we have a position. Okay, so this is kind of weird. Like, how do we determine the position? I guess we just do like a random position for now. So basically the same thing as we did the other thing. We'll do init, and this will be standard crypto random float f32 times screen x, and then this will be 0. Okay, def is wave. Metagame was close to be ready to release, but I would say I was developing it alone. It was a 3D multiplayer shooter. Cool, that's awesome. It's made of random assets. I mean, there's been plenty of games that just uses like downloaded assets and being sold on Steam. So why not, you know? I used to make games in Unity, but I have more fun making them from scratch. Yeah, same here actually. I mean, I do like using a tool sometimes. It just feels like you're kind of getting, like, sometimes it feels like I wish I could do this, I wish I could do that, I wish this wasn't that, you know, difficult in this tool. And that's where I hit a roadblock and just go full, you know, programming mode instead. And also I just enjoy programming, so. Alright, now so we're just simply appending that wave there. Okay. Game 101 stage update. Do you have an error or something? No. Oh, I see. We need to make it mutable. What else? 107. Append wave. What's the issue here? Expected 3 arguments. Wave, position, and T. Okay, let's add that. I'll break that down. Maybe we can do this. I don't know. There's no good way here. Okay. Yeah, my brain just stopped working there for a second. Okay, so it still spawns a wave for some reason. Oh, because I added it there. Okay, so now we shouldn't have any wave or anything. But we should have like the game how or the stage functionality, but we still need to like create a stage. So I'll just do the same pattern here. It's kind of interesting that we got the same pattern for all these things, but like animation, waves, and stages all have the same pattern here. Okay. I mean, usually it's kind of like it's like the static definitions and then the instance definitions. Anyway, let's do like, okay, this is the first stage. So it's just gonna be like waves. We have a bunch of waves, wave cooldown. I'm not sure really what this would be, but let's do, I don't know, since one wave will spawn in about 5 times 0.3, that's 1.5 seconds. Let's do, I don't know, 5 seconds apart. And since we do have waves defined, we can simply say, let's have a bunch of green waves here. And there you go. That's the stage. Okay. And so I'll just do this in the update, like if is a stage completed. If the stage is not completed and stage is null, then we want to set the stage to be stages first. I don't even, yeah, we don't need that. We do want that. Do we want sprites? Yes. Okay. Okay, so basically I'm gonna initialize it here because actually we need to do this. Stages first, T is T. Yeah, I'm gonna initialize it here to get the T correct. So now let's see. Whoop. Failure build run. Stages. You should be a bunch of wave definitions. You are wave definitions. What is the issue? Expected type. Oh. Oh, yeah. You need to add. I need to add a const there because yeah, because it's like a comp time list, so it has to be const there. There we go. And here we go, here comes a wave in. Interesting, it was close to the center. Oh, we got another wave. No. Oh shit, oh. Okay, there you go. If you hold down space while dying, it does not update the logic for shooting, so, right. Yeah, I'm just gonna set that to false. Okay, cool. Okay, so what do we want to do now? Okay, I should test this as well, I guess. Man, I feel so slow. Maybe we should do power-ups as well. Now we have to finish it some, like we have to say that now it's done. Okay, so actually what we could do, we could make it, yeah, when stage is completed, we could show that on the screen. So same way that we're showing like if the player is destroyed, I'm gonna add like can move is gonna be well, if player is destroyed, we cannot move. So that has to be false. I'm also going to disable it if stage is completed. So both of them have to be false in order for us to be able to move. Okay. And we also want to say show player. That's also going to be that. Just so we have more like, what you call it, clear, conditions for these things. So that, for example, is going to be this. This one is, if we are game over, this is basically saying the same thing. This one should be now, if we can move, then we do this. Okay. So that's more specific there. Do we have any other places for this? This one is like, yeah, okay. So if we're all, this should be player destroyed because this is specifically checking for to destroy the player. Okay, so now let's do the text. If we have completed, so these shouldn't be true both at the same time, but let's just add this here. And I'm gonna say like, actually I'm just gonna do game completed here because we only have one stage. And we're gonna say that this is, I'm gonna say yellow. And let's do a little bit less because this is more characters, so it shouldn't fit. I'm gonna do like 72. Okay. I'm just gonna see if this starts up. Okay, I'm gonna lower the amount of waves here to like 2 waves. And we'll see if this will work here. All right. 1 wave. 2 waves. Game completed. Woo! Okay, and now I can't move and all that. Okay, cool. So we got like full game sort of loop going on. Awesome. Okay, so now let's add in some more waves. I mean, it would be cool if we could just add a little bit of variation to the waves, but maybe we'll add one more type of enemy before we're done. So what I want to do now is there's basically 2 more things that I want to do. Is some kind of background with some, stars that moves, and also what is it? Stars and sound. That's right. Welcome back, Penguin. But before that, I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, so what I'm thinking is basically, how would we determine to spawn a star? So what I'm thinking is I want to have a timer that spawns the star. Let's have like star next star at F64, yeah. And we also have like star cooldown, but the thing is about the cooldown is it's going to be random. So I'm gonna say 0 to start with, and then we're also I'm gonna add a function here for how do we want to do this? Let's just make like a list of stars, and this would be it would basically just be a position. Now we could just pre-fill this and have a loop where it just loops around, but I want to have it like fully random. So actually, yeah, it's var, yeah. Now what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Wait, I'm not sure actually. What I wanted with that function there. So let's have it like down in the update here. So let's do like if next star adds less than or equal to t, then we'll add a random number of things to this. Now this is like from 0 to 1. How much variation do we have? I mean, let's just try this, I guess. It should be really small though. It could be really small. I think it's like 1 second is probably too long. It depends on how dense you want it to be. So I guess we can say we can add a star density thing, and I'll put it to like 2 for now. Okay. Right, and then we'll do stars, and we append allocator will append a star, and now we need to get a random thing. The thing is that y is always going to be 0, right? But x is going to be random now as well. So this will be crypto random float f32 this time times game screen with x. Okay, so that's our star there. Next up is I want to update all the stars. Well, actually, let's do it over here. So I want to update the stars position. So, but the position that's going to be updated is basically just going to be y, and we're just going to add star speed. I guess there could also be like variable speed for the stars, so that so that it feels like there's like a depth to it. Although stars, you know, usually they are all kind of moving at the same speed, I guess. It kind of also the fact that you're kind of traveling with stars moving that fast around you. But anyway, I don't know, man. It's something weird with the physics there. I'm just gonna do like a constant star speed for every star. And we're gonna say maybe, I don't know, 400 per second. So that's gonna be times dt. Okay, that is our star. We also need to make this mutable here. There we go. Okay, so that updates the position of the star. Now we have to draw it as well. Also, I think that... No, that should be fine. That should be fine. One thing that I was thinking of, like this graphics that we have is kind of made for like Pico 8, which is a very low resolution kind of game engine thing. And so... but the thing is, like, we scale everything up by 4 so that there's actually like we have like sub pixels. You can always almost say that these pixels are moving around with like 4 sub pixels. They can like move around it. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, but anyway. All right, so that all works. Now we want to draw these stars. So let's go up to our draw section, and they're gonna be drawn first because they are in the background. So we're gonna do stars, and we're basically just gonna draw like a little rectangle V. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's not gonna have an origin or anything like that. We'll just draw it at the position. The size is gonna be like 4x4 because that's like 1 pixel then, and the color is gonna be white. All right, so that should show us something. Okay, there we go. We get some stars. Now, one thing that I've noticed is that, I mean, the ship is not actually transparent. There's like some black like behind the ship, and that is due to the fact that the sprite sheet that I downloaded didn't have transparent background, I don't think. So that's just a matter of like adding transparency there and fixing that. Okay, so that's our star background. Am I happy with that? I mean, it kind of looks weird because at the start there's no stars. So it looks like it's like raining, or it starts, I don't know. Maybe it should be lower speed actually. I'm not sure. Maybe we should like go through, we spawn a couple of stars at the start. So like, let's spawn like, I don't know. We'll go through like 10. And we will 10 might be too small. Like really, what? No, it should be like while star y. Let's start at game screen y. While y is more than 0, because this is F32, so it can go negative. So while this is more than 0, and then y plus equals crypto random float times, well, let's do star density. So this is the time it would take to start and to do the next star. And how do we determine when where the next star would be? That would be like star speed times this, maybe. I don't know. But this would be negative as well. Negative equals, yeah. Alright, and then we append with a random thing. Wait, wait, no, this would be star Y here. Okay. Okay, I mean, that does actually look consistent there. But now the stars have the same speed as the as the aliens. So actually, let's go back to 400. I don't know. It just feels like it's going too fast or something. Shouldn't it go like super slow? Okay, but now the star density is like a lot. But this feels way nicer. This feels right here. Yeah, and we can adjust the star density. Let's go back. Let's go to like 1. That will lower the density a little bit. Okay, there we go. I mean, I wish I had like nebulas and planets and stuff, but whatever. Okay, cool. So we got the stars. Now we need the sound. I'm gonna start my little program here. I'm not sure if I should show this, maybe. I'm not that good at this program or sound effects or something, but I have this program that I saw someone use one time and I was like, this looks cool. 1 second here. Where's that thing? No, not that one. Where did it go? There. Alright, so this is the program here. It's called BFXR. And I'll enable sound. I'm not sure how loud, how this is gonna sound. I have some... Okay, that barely... I'm not sure if you can hear that. But yeah, I have a bunch of these. These are sounds that I made for Kottefolket, actually. But let's make... I want to make a new one. How can I... Oh my god, these sounds... Yeah, I'll just do shoot. Okay, it makes a new one. I mean, that's a perfectly good sound for shooting, right? I'm not sure how much you can hear, but then you can also, like, you know, change things. Yeah, I like that. Okay. No. I don't know, man. I can add some vibrato. Okay. No, I don't know. Let's just do that. Let's shoot. We should have like an explosion as well. Okay, that was a little bit... Yeah, there we go. I'm not sure if that's the player or the enemy. But this is way too... Maybe that. Okay, I'm not sure if we actually have more sounds. I think we don't. I'm just gonna save these here. Let's see if I can find where they should be saved. I'll just save it here, I guess. Wait, is it saved? No, I need to export, right? Yeah. Export. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so... Okay, now I need to copy it over. Okay, we have our WAV files. So now let's load those in. So here's our images. So we can just add this here. So shoot sound is gonna be sound, load sound. Laser shoot. And then we have, what else? Explosion sound. Explosion sound. Alright, so we have our sound. Do we need to like init? Yeah, we do need, you do need to init audio device, I'm pretty sure. I'll put that up where we initialize the window and stuff. There we go. Okay. So we have our sound. Now I'm pretty sure you just need to like play the sound at some point. So for example here, I mean, okay, we could have a sound for the player getting destroyed as well, I guess. So I'm gonna modify the explosion sound and I'm gonna add repeat. And how did you make it? Longer now. Yeah. Something like that. Alright, let's do that one. So this would be like player explosion. Or large explosion or something. Okay, I'll copy that over as well. One second, I need to find the folder here. It's weird, it didn't get the WAV. Extension. I'm gonna assume it is a WAV file. How do you say it? Wav or or wave? It sounds weird. Wav. Maybe that's not correct. Oh shit, sorry about that. Yeah, okay, so it does work. Cool. Right, so we need to load in that sound as well. So this would be like player explosion sound. All right. Also, I think I'm gonna say volume. I'm gonna play it safe and just pick something stupidly low here, because I don't want to blow this out the ears, so let's do that. All right, now let's play some sound. So when do we shoot? We are shooting somewhere here. So we're spawning a boat. We should also then play sound, and this is the shoot sound. Okay, let's start there. Oh, what's happening? Oh hey, it does work, but it's a little bit low, I guess, so let's up that. Why did it take so long to load it? There we go. We can increase it maybe a little bit more. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Now, okay, yeah. So the rest of the sound, I don't know why my brain stopped working there for a second. Yeah. So here's the when the enemy gets destroyed. So we will do like play sound, explosion sound. Okay. Oh, it's not a try. Relive is so nice. Yes, it is very simple. Awesome. Okay. And then we have, where's the next thing? It's like when the player gets killed. Where is that? I think it's this one. Yes. So here we'll do play sound, player explosion sound. Okay, I guess the only thing missing is like, I mean, the only thing, but you know what I mean, like music maybe, or whatever. And there you go. You get like a nice explosion for the player as well. All right, cool. And yeah. So yeah. That was yeah, that was actually I think we went way further than I thought we would. I mean, maybe we could do one more thing. I want to add another type of enemy, just so that we have a little bit of variation there. So where's the enemy? So we have like only like enemy green. I just wanna okay, to begin with, I'm just gonna switch out the graphics for now for them. So let me check what graphics we have. There's like a bunch of these different types of enemies. Also, The enemy kind of, it does have like an animation that you can use, but I'm not gonna do that for now. There's also like asteroids and stuff you can grab, other types of explosions. Like there's a lot of cool things here. Also like a different type of maybe player. But let's do maybe like a larger enemy. So where would this be? Like 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 8 is 48, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go to sprites. So enemy green, I'm gonna say large, enemy large green, 48, 0, and this is like 8 by 16. Okay, and then I mean, this could technically have a list of enemies as well, I guess. But I'm just gonna add, or enemy type. I guess it could be like which enemy type it is. Let's just have the type defined by which sprite it is. So this would be like green, enemy green. We could also add like enemy definition and use that as well. But I'm just gonna do that. And then we have like large screen. So that's that. And here we have like, I don't know, we'll have like 1. And we'll give this a little bit of space. So actually, if we increase this, it's gonna like spawn this, wait for this, for the next wave, it's gonna have to wait for this cooldown as well. So this will increase the time it takes for the next wave. So I'm gonna add that, set that to 5. I'm pretty sure actually. Now it would be cool to add like a little bit of AI to this as well, but I'm just gonna make it go down and perhaps shoot something as well. So if it's gonna shoot something, well, let's add it first. And let's go to stages. So now we can add in, after like 2 waves, we can add in a large screen. And then maybe 2 waves and then a large screen or something. I don't know. Alright. And then, wait, is this enough actually? Green. What about the speed? So spawn enemy. This spawn. Alright, so we don't actually set the sprite of the enemy to any different. Like this always spawns the same thing. So the thing is, we only get the position. So this needs to change now. Actually, we need to have a struct. So position. This is kind of this would be the enemy definition here. And then the sprite. Oops, that's a rectangle. Okay. And position. Okay, and then the sprite is actually gonna be like definition. Wait. Where did that? Didn't I add it here? Where did I add the thing? Oh, I didn't add, okay, I added it here, but I didn't add it to the type. Okay, so this would be a rectangle. There we go. And this would be the sprite. Okay, so now we can go back to game, and this would actually give us the kind of enemy definition here. So we'll have the sprite and the position now, and now we can also add the sprite here, and also I want to add, just as with the other things, I want to add a init function with the sprite here. Also position, oops, and velocity, the sprite, yeah, and this would give us this. So position is position, velocity is velocity, sprite is sprite, and then size is of course sprite x times 4, sprite y times 4. Right, so now we can remove this. So now here is a init position, and sprite. Hello, Saba Bags, what's up? You're making a game? Yes, well, a very simple game, which is meant to only be like for one stream here. So I'll show you here in a second. I just need to fix this here. Okay, so do we have any? Okay. So does this technically work now, or? I don't see anything spawning. Why is it not spawning now? Are we set? Wait. That's the vector, yeah. Are we setting position, velocity, sprite, and this one is... Wait, X? Yeah, no, it's width. There we go. There we go. Well, it was probably spawning, but it was the wrong size. There we go. Except it's wrong. Okay, so the reason why this is wrong is kind of funny, because this half sprite thing, that's why it's wrong. Okay, well actually, since this is basically always half sprite, I'm gonna say, well actually the size should be correct. No, the width should be doubled. That's what's happening. Oh, it's like Space Invaders a little bit. Yeah. I believe the genre is called shoot 'em up. Okay, and now we should get this large enemy somewhere. Yeah. Okay, so interesting. The cooldown actually was like before it spawned. It should be like after. But we got it. Also, I want to kind of limit the X, like where they spawn. Right now they can spawn like at the edge of the screen, which is not great. They're probably gonna be also maybe more towards the middle. Are you a developer as well? Also, your name. I don't want to. It's not a bash or anything. Your name is like in my language. It means like. Destroying bugs. Oh. Yeah, it can be a lot. I mean, I'm not really that big fan of bullet hell games. I like those kind of old school shoot 'em ups. I don't know. I'm kind of a noob when it comes to those kind of things. Hello, Snugsoul. What's up? Welcome. Let's see. Where are we now? What are we doing? Yeah, I wanted to change. Spawn enemy. Yeah, the position is the same. It's like when you create a wave. That's when it. So yeah, this part here. So we want to limit this to be. So what you can do then is you can keep this scale here, but if you want to change it, so let's say I want like, I don't know, 30%. I want to add, so between like 30%, and then what would it be? Between 30% and 70 or something like that. What you could do is you could say plus 0.3. So that would give you now from 0.3 to 1.3. Okay, we need to kind of scale it somehow. So what if we scale by 3? No, how do we do this actually? I'm doing great. Sabba in your game is destroying. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like slang, like Sabba. I mean, it means destroying. It kind of means ruining more. I guess ruin is more correct. It's not really like fully, completely destroying something. It's more like, yeah, just ruining something. Like, what kind of game are you making? I'm making a shoot 'em up. Let's see. I'll show you here in a second. So wait, how do we math this? Man, I thought I had a good idea. So we can increase 0.3, but that will also increase the domain at the other end. So I think what we'll do is we'll divide by 3. And that will give us from 0 to 0.3. No, wait. How much do we want? So in what span do we need it to be? 0.3 to 0.7, that's 0.4. So how do we get from 1 to 0.4? We take... that is 2/5. Right. So so that will give us from 0 to 0.4, I believe, and then we add 0.3, so that will give us from 0.3 to 0.7, right? Also, we don't need like double parentheses then. Wait. Why was there so many parentheses everywhere? Okay. Man, this is long. Okay, well, whatever. That should be correct. Like yeeting? I mean, to me, yeeting means throwing something, or... Right? I mean, ruining, more like a generic like a generic word of ruining things. Like, let's say I ruined my, I don't know, you know, you could ruin anything. Like, let's say I ruined my car, or I ruined my dinner that I was making by adding too much salt or something. I don't know. Wait, append. Oh, hang on. No, this... Wait. What happened here? Is that correct? Okay, that's apparently correct. Okay, so now I think they should only spawn like in the center, like they should only spawn like more closely to the center. Maybe 0.3 to 0.7 was too much. All right. I mean, we could. So what if we want 0.8? So 0.2 to 0.8. That's 0.6. That's 3/5, I think. And then plus 2. Okay. Yeah, so now they're spawning more like in the middle here. I mean, you don't have to kill everyone, but okay, so there I don't want them to spawn like at the same time. I'm just gonna check here, like when do we switch wave? Well, it's in the wave update. So it's like when this happens and we're done. We spawn a new thing. We set that there. It seems to be like done immediately. That's the weird part. Why is that happening? Like, I don't really understand that. It should like wait to the next frame, or I mean the next like timer. Until it spawns again. What am I missing here? So this timer is up. It checks for this. This is not done yet. It increases this by spawn comma. So they should increase by 5. We add 1 there and then we spawn. So next time around it should go in here and it should see that, oh, we're still not done. Okay, well, let's continue. Until this is up again, we should be 5 seconds later. So I don't know why this is happening. Let's change the stage a little bit. So let's remove those two. So we start with a green, or a large, I mean. It's like it takes longer for it to begin rather than to end. Well, okay, let's go to game. What are we doing here? Yeah, so if this happens, we just continue on our merry way. So it's like, it doesn't really make sense to me why this is happening. Oh, wait. The stage update might be the thing we're looking at. So next wave at... Alright, so this actually doesn't like... Okay, well, this makes sense now, because this doesn't wait for the previous wave to kind of end, so to speak. So that could be the issue, like... Right, so this doesn't actually affect that. Okay, well, let's just do one there, or I don't know, let's have the same thing. And then... Yeah, okay, so this will kind of fix the issue, because now the large enemy will spawn a lot faster, and so the next wave will spawn after that. Yeah, okay. Fine. So now what I want to do is, I'm just gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna add an enemy definition here, because it also fits the same type of thing. So this is gonna have a sprite. We are going to have what are we going to have? I think we're gonna have like, I want to add like so that they can take multiple hits. I guess, yeah, max hits, fine. And we're gonna have hits start at 0. I'm gonna add def here, enemy definition. Okay. And now we can remove this because it's gonna be part of the definition. 32, I think. Half sprite should like always be true. So I'll just add that in here. All right. Yeah. So max hits. So let's add like is dead low if hits is more than equal to definition max hits. Actually, we can just return that. So we'll just add that like, should we be destroyed because we have taken hits? I'll just add hit as well, and damage. Hits plus equals damage. All right. Okay. Very simple there. So now I'll also add enemies. So we can define different enemy definitions. And we'll add just green. And we need sprites. Right, sprite equals sprites dot green. Max hits is 1. Okay, there we go. There's our enemy. Oh yeah, speed 200. Okay, and I will have large green. Enemy large green. max hits. Let's have like, I don't know, 3 speed. Or actually, let's have 5 and we'll reduce the speed a little bit. Cool. Alright, so now we have these enemy definition. Exactly. And what we can do here is we can say this is the enemy definition now. And so actually this is not sprites anymore. We're gonna have enemies. Enemies. So this would be enemies.green, enemies large green. Alright, cool. And then we'll go to wave, and we have to update this to be enemy definition now. Alright. And the event, now instead of returning this, we could just return the enemy definition here, actually, because the position is derived from the wave. So we can, if we just return the enemy definition, we should be able to see, well, it could also be derived from the wave, but whatever. Yeah, so this would just be like the definition, enemy definition there. There we go, I believe. Yes. Okay, so now let's go back to game, and when we update the wave and we get the enemy definition here, now you can actually, instead of getting these things, well, instead of just getting sprite, I want to get the enemy definition instead. And this would be like definition dot, well, actually right, we need that. And so the sprite actually now is derived from the definition, so that will be the sprite here. And I guess the velocity technically could be derived as well, but let's have it here for now. So this will be that. There we go. All right, what do we have left here? Please tell me. Spawn enemy. Oh yeah, so we'll do this, and the position will instead be wave dot position instead. Okay. So will this work now? There we go. There's our. Interesting. The size seems off, right? Or it could be the hitbox issue, where if you hit on the right side, like on the left side it doesn't hit, but on the right side it hits more. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna fix that right now. I'll just try to get this like number of hits here working. So actually when we hit this thing, also it doesn't seem to be affected by the speed. I'm not sure what's happening there. Enemies, let's change it to like something really low. Okay, it does affect it. It was just super. I mean, that looks more ominous, to be honest. Maybe 125 was too fast. This should be good. We could do that, or we can. Actually, that's not great because it's like the same speed as the background. I'll just make it a little bit faster. Okay. So, okay. Now let's make the hits, or yeah, the hits work. So we'll go back to main, and whenever we do this, we want to say, instead of just killing the enemy straight away, what we're gonna do is we are gonna kill the bullet. So we still play. We don't have a distinction of the explosion sound, but let's just play the explosion sound anyway whenever anything hits. But this part we don't want to do. If, let's say, well, how is this gonna be? Like, yeah, it's gonna be like enemy dot hit damage. I mean, I guess we only have like one for now. Also, this should be mutable. So we hit one. Okay. And then we'll check if enemy is dead. Then we'll do this. Otherwise, we don't care. Okay. So now the big one should take like 5 hits here. Awesome. I really would like to fix the hitbox issue, but awesome. I mean, it could be something with the scaling. I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, it's a thing going on here. It's like where the enemy is drawn compared to where we check for collisions on it, because it's we're drawing the enemy and the bullet with like an origin. So that's why I'm trying to compensate here by subtracting half of the size of the thing. But it seems to not really work here. It seemed to work before, but I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with this. Maybe this needs to be like, maybe it's like, I don't know, comp time ints and then turn it like coerced into a float. I have no idea. Is this better? Oh, that actually fixed it. Okay. Lesson learned. Okay, lesson learned, like yeah, if you want to do these divisions, use, you know, this to make it like floating. Otherwise it's like a comp time int and it will truncate into not 0.5. I guess it will truncate to 1? No, to 0. Yeah, and then scale 0. So yeah, okay. Why are we making this basic schmup? I just wanted to make something that was like I could fit in one stream. So I basically now made this basic game that fit in one stream, and yeah. Scale 0.5. That is true as well. We can just do scale 0. Oh my god, I can't believe that slipped my mind. Thank you. It was obvious. I guess I was trying to be using the I mean, when you're writing math on paper, I don't know why, but I use, like, if I want to write half, I use, instead of saying 0.5, I use like 1/2 instead of saying 0.5. I don't know why, but it's and then I guess I took that notion into here. But yeah. Yes, I mean, I think on paper it's like more clear, or less, like, I don't know why, it's like, it feels like less noise. By the way, I set up decent workflow with ESBuild and Bonfire, but it was so straightforward. Oh, cool. Are you using like ESBuild, like only ESBuild? No, like Vite or anything? Because I've never done that. Game completed. All right. I think that's gonna do it here. We have basically completed or done this game here. I mean, you could add, of course, a whole bunch of other stuff you want. I wish I wanted to add like shooting. Maybe we should add like just one more thing. Shooting. The enemy should be able to shoot. Perhaps that will make it a little bit more complete. Because that was a suggestion as well. Just ESBuild directly and works with null modules. Okay, cool. So, but okay, so I'm kind of confused. Like, what does ESBuild actually do? Like, does it compile TypeScript, or does it like what does it do actually? Or does it like bundle? Like, does it tree shake, or what does it do? It compiles TypeScript and puts all your TypeScript code in a single minifier. Okay. Cool. Supports JSX. Okay, but okay. So to the point of Vincent there, like, what is the difference then to the TypeScript compiler? I know that ESBuild is like this super fast bundler thing. I mean, I guess TypeScript doesn't minify though. Oh, it bundles images, CSS. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, let's see if we can we do. So this would be like player bullets. I guess we'll add another list for enemy bullets. I wish I could make this a little bit more scalable, and the way I usually do this is with ESS, but I wanted to kind of make it super simple here and avoid using that, because I wanted to kind of do things in another way. But this is like super simple here though, but it works. Let's do like enemy bullets. I mean, we could share the same thing here. Okay. and then spawn bullet. So spawn bullet could be like is enemy bullet, just, you know, some stupid flag here. And then, like, you know, it depends on where you want to add it. So if it's an enemy bullet, we add it to the enemy bullets. We could also add, you could just add like a, I guess you could add a boolean on the bullet itself. But whatever. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's better actually, because then we don't need a separate list here. Alright, fine. I convinced myself. Yeah, let's do false, sure. We don't have to set it. Alright, and where's main? Okay, now how do we determine if the monster or enemies should shoot though? What I do is load the whole disk folder into an embed fs in Go. Okay, I'm not that familiar with Go. And so I can get a result exe that has everything I need, and I can. Oh, so you're embedding the whole thing in an executable. I can use TypeScript for writing the client code. I set up like my own watcher that bundles recompose them. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is actually really nice because that's super simple to do. Like, I don't know what that last thing you pasted there is. I'm not that familiar with Go. But from what I'm gathering is that you embed it in the executable and somehow get access to the files. But if you only have one file, one bundle file, in-memory file system, but it embeds the files into the exe. Okay, yeah. So you don't actually bundle it to one minified file. You have like a bunch of files. Okay, so there is one bundle file, but this way you get just one exe output. Okay. All right. Okay, how do we determine if the enemies are gonna shoot though? Also, I need the like enemy bullet. Actually, we have that already. Actually, it's gonna be where is that sprites? So I'm gonna use the yellow bullet and what I'm gonna do. Also, you know what? Whenever we hit something, I think what I want to do is I want to spawn this FX even though we didn't kill the enemy. So actually I do want this every time. but but the position depends on if the enemy is dead or not. So I'm gonna say like explosion position is enemy position. No, it's gonna be the bullet position actually. And then if the enemy is dead, then we switch it. I mean, I guess we could spawn 2 explosions. Yeah, okay. Let's spawn 2 explosions. So we'll spawn 1 at the bullet. And 1 at the enemy. Because now it's like... I just want to see how this looks here. FXID. Oh. So this would be the bullet. I'll just add this prefix here. And this would be the enemy. Alright. We're really cool to have like... Yeah, that looks cool. Some like nice music. But unfortunately I don't have like a music generator. Also, like if we can also check like if the enemy is like a small enemy, so I'm gonna say if the enemy is large, I'm basically adding stupid things now, but if it's large, I wanna spawn like 5 explosions. And how to determine this? So it's basically like the position is gonna be if I is 2, that's gonna be the center, that's gonna be enemy position. Otherwise it's gonna be like well, X is gonna depend on if I is... I'm gonna do a super convoluted thing here. If I is less than 2 and... No. If I is 0 or I is 3, then it's gonna be like enemy position, add or subtract enemy size, scale 75 or whatever, and then else, no, that's X. Okay, I'm just gonna do it. If I is 0, it's gonna be this. If I is, let's just do a switch. Oh my god. Let's do a switch. Okay, okay. Okay, so if it's 1, It's gonna be like, I'm gonna do add size scale 75. So that's the like corner offset. And I mean, one is actually, I mean, this is actually gonna be what, 3? No, 4. It doesn't really matter actually, just that they have different. I'm just imagining in my head. So that would be subtract. No, let's do add and then multiply by, so x would be, and then y is negative. And you're in the end, and then 3 will be wait, so 3, that will be top, bottom left. There we go. Alright. Now we need, the enemy is large here, so I'm just gonna add that. And it's basically just gonna be switch on definition, sprite. No, wait. We can't actually do this. You know what? I'm just gonna have this definition on def here. Is large. Okay. It doesn't exist yet, but I'll add it. And we'll go to enemies, and then you will be false and you're true. I was gonna try and like check by the sprite if it's large or not, but I mean, I guess we could check like if the size is more than a certain number, but whatever. Okay. So now if it's large, it's gonna spawn a bunch of more things. Explosions. Switch. Must handle. I mean, it does handle all possibilities. I know it's like unbounded because it's like, well, it's not really unbounded, but it could be. But this should work. I'm just gonna do this. All right. I really should switch so that the large enemy comes first here. Still trying to figure out how to determine. Okay. I mean, that's good enough. That was like, you know, a happy accident. Okay. Your XE is 100 megabytes. Whoa. Yeah, that sounds a lot, like a lot. I gotta figure out which MJS WASM files are needed to do a separate build prototype. Okay, let's just do the enemy bullet thing. So spawn bullet, so velocity, yeah. Let's just do. Let's just add it here, I guess. Next, shoot at. And I mean, I'll just put 0 there. and then we have like cooldown, shoot cooldown. I'll make it nullable, because if it's null, then we can signify that that means it can't actually shoot. If it has cooldown, it can shoot. And then we can also have like a, you know, you could add like a bullet type or something like that, but let's just add this here. And this would be F64. Okay, so now we can go to enemies. And we can add shoot cooldown is null. Actually, let's just default that to null, so if it doesn't exist, then we don't need to worry about it. This one, I'm just gonna say 2, maybe 2 seconds. All right. Okay, now we need to also have, let's just add an update function here for the enemy as well. And we need T, and we don't need anything else. Actually, we do need an event now. So I'm just gonna add that as well. So this would be none, and this would be shoot. And I mean, I guess we could like provide a position there. Okay, for now. And that also is like, you could add a bullet definition or whatever there as well. But let's see, next shoot adds less than or equal to T. If that happens, then, well, this doesn't have like a limit, so we can simply just add shoot cooldown there, which has to exist there. So actually, you know what? If we have a cooldown, we will grab it actually, and then only then do this logic here, because only then we can shoot. So that's, otherwise we will continue. Actually, you know what? I want to invert this here. So what you can do is you can do this and say, or else we return. I mean, you could have other logic here as well, because since the shooting is the only logic we have right now, we can do this. And if you have other logic, you can also, you know, break it out into a function that does this, only the shooting. But now we can, since we inverted it, we don't need another nesting layer there. So we add a cooldown there. We also return a shoot event. Oh, we should change that to event. So we'll shoot, and I will just spawn it at the current position. If nothing happens, nothing happens there. All right, cool. Yeah, that should be good. So let's go back to game and go back to update stuff. This is basically the update function now, but whatever. So I guess we'll go through enemies, and we will say enemy update T, and we'll switch. If it's none, we don't care. If it's shoot, we get a position, and we'll do spawn bolt position. Velocity. I'll just copy this. It's easier to work with when you have an example there. This will be self, and this is simply position. Bullet speed. Well, we don't really have that, I guess. This could be part of like a potential bullet definition, but I'm just gonna add it here. So bullet speed, and we'll do that. Set it to 0. I'm gonna set this, well actually let's set it to some default thing. What was the, let's do like 100 maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, and then this would be the enemy definition bullet speed, and it's gonna be pointing downwards. And then this one, so we actually need sprites. We could also, I mean, yeah, let's just add, you know, bullet sprite here as well. That could also be actually defaulted to yellow bullets. There we go. And where are we? Here? Yeah, let's just go back here. So this would be enemy definition bullet sprite. Alright, and then this one is true because it's a enemy bullet. Alright, so now we should be seeing the bullets from this enemy, but the thing is, what I want to do is I want to go back to this one, kind of debugging the large monster here, or enemy. And you need to be immutable. Enemy 57. Oh, return none in that case, right? Okay. Oh. Okay, so it's like it's destroying itself. That's funny. Okay. Also, why did it only take like 2 hits to be dead? But okay. What we need to do is we need to, when we're going through all the bullets, we only care about bullets that are not enemy bullets. So if it's an enemy bullet, we continue. There we go. Let's see. Okay, cool. And when we spawn the bullet, we actually don't play an anime or a sound here. We don't really have the sound available to us. I guess we need to pass that in as well then. So I want to do like shoot sound, but this is like the enemy shoot sound, so it should be different, but whatever. I'm just gonna do that for now. Okay, and if the enemy decides to shoot, we are going to also play a sound, shoot sound, and we have end of frame, shoot sound. Pass that in there. So that should sound, but there is an issue here. There's a timing issue. If you listen here, yeah. So it's like shooting twice, and I believe that is because when we spawn the enemy, the cooldown is like 0, or next shoot at it's always 0. So we actually need to set that. I mean, we could add T here and say next shoot at is equal to T plus shoot cooldown if shoot cooldown exists. So I'm gonna have to do, we have to do this. else, it doesn't matter, so I'm just gonna say 0 there. Okay, so now we should have some error somewhere. Game 57, and T is T, so actually we need T here as well. Alright. And I believe here we should have T, yeah. Okay, let's see now. Okay, cool. All right. Now, what I want to do is I want to change this. So I'm basically gonna assume that it's just the same enemy shooting. So we're gonna shoot 2 bullets. Now the position is like in the center of the enemy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add, and it's gonna be like enemy size multiply. It's gonna be, so X is gonna be over 0.5, I believe. Well, we'll figure it out. And Y is gonna be 0.5. That will be like in the bottom left corner. Okay. And then here we're gonna do in the other corner. So this would hopefully spawn 2 bullets out of the cannons, except it doesn't really, okay, it's not really centered, those bullets. Okay, well, what I want to do is I want to change this slightly. Let's do like 0.4. The bullets aren't centered. Yeah. Let's change that. So when we draw, but they should be centered. Everything should be centered. That's what I'm don't really understand. But okay, let's do like, I don't know, 35. Okay, there we go. We need to increase the speed a little bit, I think, but bullet speed, let's do like, I don't know, 250. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. Okay, so now I want to make the enemy bullets actually hurt the player. So if we go down here and let's say it's an enemy bullet, actually we want to check now instead against the player, and then at the end we continue. So if it's an enemy bullet, we want to check Rex, player rect, and bullet rect. And so that means we actually do need this. Oh, this should actually be out here. That was very unoptimized. And let's actually just define the player rect out here, because it's not gonna change. So there we go. All right, now we have bullet rect. So if it's an enemy bullet and it collides with a player, now we should have the same logic as we have like over here. So I'm just gonna copy that, paste it in here, and then there we go. So let's check that out. There we go. Oh shit. Okay, we need a check as well. We need a check for if we're not destroyed. And game is player destroyed. Not. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. But yeah, that was fun. I mean, I was getting to this like when I do this thing. Like you start out this simple. Oh, what's happening there? Okay, that's actually that's also like a happy accident there. When a large enemy gets spawned on the game over screen, it actually just destroys itself. There's no point. There's no player to kill, so yeah, I understand. Okay, well, as I was gonna say, like I always get like all these ideas, and I want to add like missiles, like homing missiles. I want to add wave formation, different waves, different enemies, and they're gonna fly all over the screen, and maybe add a boss and more background. But this is gonna be it for this time. So this was just like a one-off stream thing that I wanted to fit in one stream, so that's why I picked this little project here. But yeah, that's gonna be this for this time. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you later. Bye bye.